Don't slip off. What a king! Was that an ace? I mean, he doesn't even get to redeem himself on the Maverick trip.
Okay, he's alive. Oh, he's gonna get picked up by Tech.
Hello and welcome to UCC Overwatch 2 for Term 2. Thank you for coming today. We are now going into the final stage of the Overwatch competition here at UNSW. So let's go quickly already straight into take a look at the brackets, how they are right now since we last left them last week. So as we can see, we're going to be going for the losers round 2, the losers finals, if you want to say it, and that is versing Pop and Soda versus Boy Toys. So we did see Boy Toys when they were versing Winston Enthusiast, and they did knock out Winston Enthusiast 3-0. So they are going to go for a rematch against Pop and Soda from the round 1 uppers. And of course, Pop and Soda, they were the ones that were able to get through for round 1 to verse UCID, quote unquote UCID Roar, into the semis at the upper bracket, but then they did lose 3-0 to bring him back to this rematch between those two, Pop and Soda and Boy Toys. And of course, the winner of the lower bracket finals will be going to the grand finals against UCID Roar. And of course, if Pop and Soda is able to succeed and able to get through this lower bracket finals, they'll be able to go for a rematch and be able to try to get their vengeance against UCID Roar. But of course, if Boy Toys is able to make a comeback and get their revenge of Pop and Soda, then they'll be able to have a chance to take on UCID Roar. So can't wait for that. So I guess while we wait for that match to come in, let's talk about some of the stuff that we do have to talk about, like such as, first of all, massive thanks to our great friends over at Gigabyte Aorus. They are the ones who have been gratefully helping us with all of our prizes for UCC in the past and this time around as well. So make sure you guys are able to go check out their products, check out their socials, and give them so much support and be able to tell us we love UNSW Esports, we love how much you guys are supporting us, and and let's see them in the future again. So yes. And I guess one thing I do want to note, for those who do like playing Rocket League, we do still have our signups open. So make sure you come and sign up for the UCC Rocket League that starts next week alongside, I believe it's Valorant. Yeah, Valorant. So for those who like Valorant, those who like Rocket League, make sure you guys sign up for that. For I think they close on the Friday prior to the yeah, so Friday. So this coming Friday will be the deadline for signing up. So make sure you guys get your teams ready, or again, you can play solo. You're allowed to sign up as a solo. Then we will organize your teams, of course, as well. Cool. So let's take a look back at what we did get to experience before. Of course, mainly specifically with Boy Toys, because they versed Winston a lot, the Winston enthusiasts in the lower brackets that we were able to get streamed. And of course, we saw a lot of interesting picks. They're a brawly team. They brought out a lot of those tanks that you'd expect for such a face-to-face interaction. You got your Orisa players, you got your Marga players, and you got your Reinhardt players a lot. They did a lot of those sort of picks, as well as a few picks that kept consistently being viewed, such as Sojourn from the side of Swordman, as well as Lucio from Muffin. So they were definitely trying to go in as a team to fight, not just diving, but be able to sustain a proper fight, like a decent brawl, comp. So I do expect them to bring that out once again. Whether or not it's enough to like go against Pop and Soda, we have to see. And I don't think we saw Pop and Soda at all yet. Apparently we have streamed them once. I'm not keeping up to date, of course, apparently, but yeah, so we just have to see what happens. Let's see what their comp is going to be. So we should go and take a look at the map bans, because we do want to see where they're going to be heading to first. Of course, a nice Control Oasis map. Very good classic, very good place to start. A place that, definitely I would say that encourages brawling, because especially with Oasis, especially some of those points, you do have a lot of areas that you can just like, I guess, avoid some of those like more long-sighted sightlines and be able to actually play those more brawly comps. such as Ryan, such as Orisa, such as Morga. Of course, we do need to still keep an eye out for some of the Pop and Soda's comps, because they might have a good deal with like on how to get rid of these brawl comps, because of course we don't know what they're going to be bringing out. We do have some sense of what the Boy Toys team will be picking out, because of course they do seem to like a brawl comp. That doesn't mean that they will, but we'll see. As for what is going to be coming up, of course, we have multiple different types of maps, multiple types of game modes. I don't believe there's a set game mode schedule anymore. So that map ban graphic that says hybrid push, flashpoint, escort, it's no longer like in that order per se, but we'll see how it goes in the future. Because of course, I keep saying I actually am interested in push a lot more right now, especially since it is something that had a lot of flack, especially kind of like Flashpoint, but is something that I guess has been reviewed and kind of like gotten better over time with, you know, of course, the Overwatch developers providing us some good updates to some of those maps. But I think we're still waiting on the match at the moment, but we will be going into game very, very soon. One thing that I've seen that is pretty cool with the recent updates is I think there's a new collab, which if anything with Overwatch, it's something that's been doing really well, has been the collabs, the cool skins, cool cosmetics, and cool events that come with them. I think the one that's coming up, or it's already here, is the Overwatch and G.I. Joe. I didn't expect that, to be honest. That was very interesting. So I'm very interested in seeing where that goes, but hopefully, as soon as we're getting into game, we can start going into how these teams are going to go. So hopefully we can just head straight in a few seconds and see what the teams are going to give us this time around. Here we are. Hey, okay, we're going to be starting in... My bad. This is not my I can't remember the actual the subsections. I think this is courtyard, but you guys can crucify me if I do have it incorrectly. But looks like we are starting off. We do start to see some of the... Yes, we do have... oh, okay. Muffin is going for tank this time around. We see Muffin going for Orisa. We do have the Lucio play, of course, coming out once again from the side of Boy Toys. And the side of Pop and Soda, we do have a more of a dive comp with Doomfist, Genji. Of course, we have Kiriko and Lucio being that support, that fast-moving support. So let's see how this goes. This is a interesting comp, side by side. One is more brawly, one is more dive. So let's see how this goes as they start going in for the first point. 20 seconds to start before the point unlocks. Of course, the fight always starts here at the midsection of the map. It does seem that at the moment, Boy Toys has the advantage, claiming this space of the point for the time being, getting a lot of damage against a lot of the squishies on the side of Pop and Soda. We do have the fact that they now hold the control point, so they do have a bit of an advantage here while they are starting to cap the point. Z's grabbing Genji on the side of Boy Toys, but it is instantly traded back by Muffin and the Doomfist on the side of Pop and Soda, making it even. I believe, yeah, Boy Toys does have the point. So at the moment, this is stall until the side of Pop and Soda is able to actually reclaim the point. And Ozzy, Asuka getting the last few members of Boy Toys, and that is finished. That's the team kill. Pop and Soda able to reclaim the point and able to get that time on the board. Boy Toys now coming out of spawn, hoping to try to reclaim some of that lost capture point percentage. Genji versus Doomfist in the side room here. It's not looking great. Silence is taken down by DMO, and we do see that Boy Toys is having to be forced back closer towards their side of the map. They're being taken down one by one, slowly being deteriorated. Z's grabbing the Steph with the ultimate Genji blade. Asuka grabbing the last one. Oh, not last one, but second last one. Asuka / Muffin on the Orisa. And they say is now left in the center of the map, trying to get away, but does not get away. Asuka able to get that melee on them. We do see that the side of Papa Soda having 3 ults available to them. On the side of Boy Toys, they do have quite a few coming online very soon, but will this be enough to be able to get them the point back? Or will Papa Soda be able to use the ultimates effectively to counterplay? Muffin grabbing the ult, not grabbing anyone there. Steph grabbing Asuka, being able to get one of their supports down. Muffin grabbing one of the DPS, Silence grabbing one of the support, Kiriko, DMO getting Steph back, but Silence grabbing Ozzy, and that only leaves the last one, DMO, being taken down by Muffin, allowing them to reclaim the point. 22% versus 79. How long can Boy Toys get the point for before Poppin' Soda tries to get it back? Don't have too many changes in the comp so far. They do seem to really like how they are playing at the moment. So we do see that the Brawl comp versus Dive comp is working well for both sides in a different way. Zeus getting Silence counterpart, Muffin grabbing Asuka right there. Currently equal set, but it does look like Muffin is getting really, really low. A lot of team members on the side of Boy Toys very, very low. Getting dived upon by the Genji here. Ozzy grabbing, and they say able to get 2 less people on the side of Boy Toys. Ultimate coming out from Zeus, able to grab another one on the side of Muffin, and that gives the point back to Poppin' Soda with 20% remaining. Can Boy Toys get the rest? Oh, DMO going for that spawn area to make sure they cannot push as fast and as effectively as they could. Using the ult to try to continuously apply pressure on their backline, on their main area, does not work as much. They are still going for point to make sure they can overtime delay as long as they can, but it does look like it's not going to be possible. A lot of ultimates coming through, but it doesn't seem to be effective enough. They are going down like flies. Z's grabbing 2 of them, and it is only 2 left on the point, and they say grabbing 1. Z's able to take on, and they say, and that is the first point of this map. Oasis to Poppin' Soda. I must say, it was pretty decent play. I did see that, you know, of course, Boy Toys did have the advantage in terms of being able to hold the point at the first section, just because their brawly comp allows them to really take on fights like as a team. But of course, with Poppin' Soda being a really heavy dive comp, they're able to grab any picks where they see fit. And as long as you're able to get a pick, as long as you're able to make a crack in the team's composition, it does mean that the side of Boy Toys does crumble a lot faster than Poppin' Soda, as they are less of a not necessarily mobile composition, but I would say less resilient in a sense that they have to be in the full team composition, I would say. We are now on the second point. Of course, coming here, Poppin' Soda taking over the high ground here on the side of I forgot what this subsection is called once again, but it does look like, once again, Boy Toys does prefer to try and take the main push towards the point, try to get as much of that area secured down. DMO grabbing 2, 1 support, and the Sojourn of, and they say, Silence grabbing Kiriko, Asuka grabbing Muffin, and that is able to secure the point for Poppin' Soda. DMO trying to grab the straggler of Silence. Is he going to make it out alive? Is he going to die? It does look like Silence is able to make it out alive, but a lot of damage going against Boy Toys right here. A lot of them getting a lot of damage taken in their main spawn area. Will Boy Toys punish this over-aggression going towards the side of Boy Toys, or will Poppin' Soda be able to just get as much free damage and as much free picks as they can? Looks like Ozzy going for the side flank, trying to get any small picks here. Ozzy able to grab, and they say DMO and Zeus able to grab some of the stragglers, and that leaves Muffin as the tank, being the last pick and the last one to survive a team kill, giving 40% up to Poppin' Soda. We do see there is 2 ultimates about to be online on the side of Poppin' Soda, the Beat and the Genji Blade, while on Boy Toys there's only really the wall from the side of Baptiste. Boy Toys really needs to be able to try to push out so they're able to get some progress. Beat comes out while the wall comes out. Oh, Z's able to grab 2 with the Genji Blade, and also being heavily affected by the fact that the Lucio Beat gave him free reign in the area. Ozzy grabbing the last one, and that makes them get 70% on the point. Boy Toys really need to get on before it is too late. Oh, a nice pick. Fortunately, Ozzy did have a teleport, being able to get out of that push there. Oh, DMO kind of stuck in a bit of a rock and a hard place, but able to escape. DMO grabbing the Sombra there. Is Boito's able to continue pushing with what they have left? We got silence using Genji Blade, but it was cancelled by his opponent Zeist. Poppin Soda once again grabbing a team kill, denying the ability for Boito's to get to the point, and that is map for Poppin Soda. Amazing plays. So of course this is the first map. It doesn't tell us everything, but Poppin Soda definitely had a really strong composition there, as well as a really strong offensive. But hey, it is a best of 5. We still have a lot of maps to go through. There's more to be able to I guess sift through, and let's see where it goes from here. Of course, you know, look, everyone has their strengths. It does look like that Poppin Soda does feel more confident with being more aggressive, being more offensive against the side of Boito's, even though Boito's are able to kind of take on those fights and prefers to fight on point. Poppin Soda is definitely utilizing that dive capabilities that their team composition allows for, to be able to try to make sure that they can tear apart the composition of the brawl comp that Boito's has, which does seem to be working. They're able to get those singular picks that allows their team comp to crumble. And of course, yes, sometimes we do see some over-aggression on the side of Poppin Soda, like they're going into the spawn of Boito's, but it doesn't seem like they're getting punished too much. And they're able to get away pretty well, especially with their mobility. They had the Sombra, the Doomfist, Genji, Kiriko, Lucio. That's like the most mobile like comp you can really have to be able to not just go in but get out, as well as the fact that, you know, Sombra Hack able to get some of those the stragglers, stop them from even contesting, as well as being able to get those low health enemies, does help with picking off those who are, I guess, you know, left over whenever they do a team v team you know, fight. So it does seem like it's kind of hard at the moment with how it is looking for the side of Boito's, but we're only in a map 1, so hopefully we can see if they choose quickly, maybe a second map, but I don't think that is out just yet. Hopefully we get something cool, the fun game mode. I don't think I've seen, I'm not sure about the other casters, but I don't think I've seen some of the other game modes play. I think escort, like pure escort, I haven't seen just yet. So it would be cool to see a nice classic escort map. I think I do want to get out the rulebook for the actual maps that are able to be played here, because some of the so the map pool here for hybrid, we do have the selection of Hollywood, Kings Row, Midtown. Very classic picks, especially Kings Row, a very classic map. We did see that when we were watching, I believe, I don't want to get this wrong, but pretty sure it was Winston versus Boito's. We saw that one. We saw Kings Row. So, you know, classic map. I love that one. Been playing Overwatch for a long time. So that one I do hope for again, but, you know, let's go. I would love to see Hollywood as well. But let's go on to like what we have for push. Colosseo and Runasapi, very classic, but also the limited pool only really allows for certain maps from push. So those are the two that we can see in this map pool. Flashpoint, Suravasa, and New Junk City. Again, smaller map pools since they have only still newer maps and newer game modes to be around, but still some good maps there on that list. And of course you have escort as well, Circuit Royale, Dorado, Watchpoint Gibraltar. So again, classic Watchpoint Gibraltar. Haven't seen that in a while actually, as well as any escort map to be honest, but I do actually want to see that one. Has a very I guess it's quite sided, I would say. Like, you know, it's not as even as some of the other maps, but I do hear that we do have the second map available. So let's go take a look at what we have for the second map coming in. Oh, Dorado. Okay, you know what? Yes. See, hey, escort. I called it. It's escort. So thank you. At least you get to see something new today. Dorado as well as escort. So that means we're gonna be seeing some picks that are more, you're more of a defensive pick from whoever's going to be starting in defense, of course, but also potentially we'll see the advantage go towards the side of Pop and Soda because they definitely have a bit more going for them in terms of their use of dive. Of course, we do know that, like, of course, a lot of people do end up going dive in Dorado, considering how much of an advantage that you see with the defense on the first section of Dorado. But maybe we'll see a Symmetra, because again, that's something that we definitely see a lot of. But we'll see how that affects the gameplay here, especially with perks. We don't, like, even though it's not as pronounced what we see with what perks they are able to, like just when you play the game, you get the visualization of what perks are being picked, but of course we more so see just the effect and the consequences of the gameplay. So let's see how both teams are able to bring those two aspects alive and be able to, one, defend the point. Maybe we wouldn't even see multiple checkpoints, because sometimes we've seen in the past some of these teams that roll over, and especially in Escort, they do never, or they do sometimes hold before they even reach the first checkpoint. So ideally we don't want to see that, because we do want to see them try to contest further on. But in the small chance, maybe it might be possible that, you know, of course, we only get to see the start of the map, but that is something that we would prefer not to see. But of course, we do still need to wait for the players to get ongoing. Okay, so I do hear that there is a sub coming on the side of Boy Toys. I believe, hold on, let me just grab that info again. Subbing Roast in place of Steph. So maybe their comp will be a lot different, a lot more, I guess, changed against their brawler sort of mentality that we've been seeing in the past games and this game that we just saw on the first map on Oasis. But we'll see. I do think we're still waiting for some of the players to get back on. So hopefully we are able to get into the game as soon as possible. But I do want to, again, just while I have the time to be able to say it again, I want to make sure that everyone knows Aorus, they're the ones that have been helping us run UCC for a long time. Make sure you guys give them some support on their socials, you know, grabbing some of their products, being just overall being very nice overall to our friends over at Gigabyte Aorus, because they are the ones that make this happen. They're the ones that support us and UNSW esports with a lot of our tournaments. So thank you, Gigabyte Aorus, and make sure to give them your thanks on their socials and, you know, everything else. So did I hear it? Okay, well, we are heading into game very much like right now or something like that. Yes. Okay, very cool. Okay, we do have the picks already coming in on the side of Boy Toys and Pop and Soda, except for Asuka. So we do see both of them going for a dive-like comp, if not a dive comp. Boy Toys and Pop and Soda going for the Winston pick, Muffin DMO. So Muffin's still sticking onto the tank, while in previous games we have seen him on the Lucio as a support. So we do have the picks on Boy Toys. We have, of course, Muffin on Winston. We do see, you know, I'm just trying to think what, like, the sort of comp we're seeing here. I wouldn't immediately call it, but we do have Juno, Ana, Genji, and Sojourn on the side of Boy Toys for defense. They do seem to go for a more aggressive pick, of course, because since they are a bit more divey, they are going a bit closer towards the side of Pop and Soda while they are able to. Boy Toys contesting the point right out of the gate, right in the corner where you usually wouldn't suspect a hold here. Muffin getting pretty low. A lot of the side of Boy Toy is pretty low compared to Pop and Soda, giving the side of Pop and Soda a bit more space, giving Pop and Soda a bit more time to contest the point. Silence going down on the hands of DMO, Zeest and Mighty Beast, and DMO grabbing 3 more, leaving Muffin as the last one surviving. Is he able to get one more? Is he able to get some of these picks, the Kiriko, maybe, or maybe the Genji? But no, he has to leave. He is running out of time. He's running out of health, and he does not get away. He's launched into space like a rocket. DMO grabbing Muffin right there. So that does give Pop and Soda a lot of space. Hello, Winston calling. Yes, we sent your the other Winston up into space. Yes, So it does seem like Poppin Soda is likely to get this first point if Boy Toys does not contest and defend this at all. It does look like they're able to just defend the top part of the first checkpoint. But once again, Muffin is very low and he's taken out by Ozzy, giving a lot more space to Poppin Soda as it is only the supports and the DPS left. Silent trying to contest the point, unable to, taken out by Ozzy, and Demo taking out and they say on the Sojourn, leaving the supports left to do what they can do best, which is to make sure they survive for another day. Muffin going back, and of course Ultras is taken out by DMO with a leap. First checkpoint is given to Poppin Soda. Ozzy punished for being a bit too aggressive by themselves, as well as DMO trying to retake that area. They're able to get 2 on the board with 3 left remaining on the point. Let's see if Boy Toys is able to actually push them back enough to be able to just, I guess, defend the corner over here. Boy Toys trying to make sure they don't push too far ahead, but they are being punished with a lot of damage. Muffin forced to use his ultimate, being a bit low on HP. DMO grabbing 1 with the ultimate, Muffin grabbing 2, able to even out some of the playing field. But it does look like Muffin is practically alone on the point, not really giving too much room, having to back up with silence. But it does look like he is dead. DMO grabbing Muffin with that little tickle of electricity, and of course, Poppin Soda cannot over aggress because they are still needing to push the point a bit further so that they can aggress this second checkpoint. Poppin Soda making sure that they don't aggress. Boy Toys doesn't defend too much by going in. We do see the ult coming out on the side of Z's. Asuka, Z's grabbing 2 each, and that is a team kill, giving Poppin Soda free reign potentially up to the second point. Hello, Winston. That's me. Yes, hello, hello. Ring, ring, ring. Very good. Very good. This is why we love Winston, right? Just because he can give a call to his friends. We do see the ult 2 ults coming outside Boy Toys. Asuka's using his ult to try to counter any of the damage taken. Demo grabbing 1 on the side, Sojourn on the side of Boy Toys, while Z's able to grab 2, and Asuka grabbing Silence. Another team kill, giving Poppin Soda the second checkpoint. We are now on the last one. 2 ultimates on the side of Boy Toys, with 1 coming up on the side of the tank, Muffin on Winston, while we do have 2 ultimates on the side of Poppin Soda, the Kiriko ult and the Winston ult. How far can Poppin Soda go with these ults so far, and whether or not Boy Toys is able to defend with the 3 ults they have? DMO going in with the Winston ult, trying to get as much space as possible, trying to juggle all of these supports out of the way to make sure that the rest of the side of Boy Toys don't get any healing or any support at all. DMO grabbing 2, denied by Silence after a few, and now we do see that Silence is taken down after DMO was taken out. That is another team kill. Not a great sight for the side of Boy Toys as they are on the last checkpoint. What else can they do other than to stall, other than to get on the point for the last fight? Sojourn ult coming out from They Say, trying to get any picks as possible. We do see the Kiriko ult coming out of the side of Poppin Soda, as well as a great nade, anti-nade from the side of Boy Toys, grabbing those 2 supports, giving them up, making Poppin Soda actually give up the point potentially if nothing else is done with Poppin Soda. Ultras on Juno able to grab DMO, which basically gives them the point to defend for the time being. 2 minutes 45 left, however. Poppin Soda has lots of time to be able to actually continue on with this point and able to get the 3rd checkpoint. They have Lucy ult coming up. They have their Genji ult coming up. While on the side of Boy Toys, they have them still charging. They're currently up on the staircase here, stuck under this little checkpoint, but using the Lucy ult to push in, able to aggress a lot more, being able to push Boy Toys out of the way. Z's using ultimate, grabbing up Silence, 3 down. There's only Muffin, and that's it. No, Muffin is the one to drop out, and only They Say is the last one to contest, and they are down. DMO, Ozzy grabbing the rest, Mighty Beast grabbing Ana, and that does look like that is the 3 points towards Pop and Soda for round 1. Truly a turn for the worst for Boy Toys. But as I keep saying, it's not the end. It's not the end until it's the end. So let's take a look at how Boy Toys will be going up against Pop and Soda as the attackers in this case. We'll see how this goes because some teams are a lot better at the attacking movement versus the defensive movement. So let's see what these teams are going to pick for the comp. Are they going to continue with the more dive heavy sort of composition with their teams, or whether they're going to change it up, maybe become more brawly or not? We do see Muffin going with the Winston once again. We got Juno, Kiriko, and Genji. Pop and Soda bring out Brigitte, Kiriko, Junkrat, of course the Winston, and Genji. So it's pretty, we do have a bit of brawliness on the side of Pop and Soda, but it's definitely mostly a hybrid, of course. We got the Junkrat, we got the Brigitte alongside the Kiriko, Winston, and Genji. Boy Toys coming out with the Tracer as well as the Reaper. Definitely going for a, once again, semi-hybrid. Definitely some mobility able to come in for these two teams. But let's see how they go. Pop and Soda going for an aggressive, location, just like Boy Toys did when they were in defense, going up for the mid early building area. Boy Toys pushing the carts to the corner, seeing how long they're able to push before they are contested by Pop and Soda. Boy Toys going aggressive on the high ground, trying to make sure that they take as much of the space as possible to ensure that Pop and Soda is not able to go for any of those cheeky picks. DMO grabbing Juno, Roast grabbing Brigitte on Asuka as well, but the trades are just keep coming out. Kiriko grabbing Kiriko, DMO grabbing Roast on the side of Boy Toys. That basically just leaves the tanks left alive, and that gives a bit of space for Boy Toys. Of course, DMO did escape a bit there, so able to kind of regenerate, regroup with the team, and do a second push to defend. Let's see how much they are able to go for. Brigitte doing quite a bit of damage to Endese on the Reaper. But it does look like the fight is continuously going. They are still pushing the point. We do see the kill coming out from Muffin Rose on Zeist and Asuka on the side of Pop and Soda, but DMO able to grab one against Juno, but the tides are turning towards Boy Toys, able to get those necessary kills to be able to get to the first checkpoint. And if I must say, pretty well done to be able to actually push that quickly and push that aggressively without being punished by the side of Pop and Soda. Zeist grabbing one, Ozzy grabbing Muffin. That does leave Boy Toys a bit vulnerable to some of these picks if they don't stay together. Fortunately, the payload is still coming out of the first checkpoint, so that does give them a bit of leeway in terms of waiting for their team to come back. We do see DMO getting a bit aggressive here, going for more of a top approach, going on top of the archway. DMO using the ultimate right inside their team. These DMO grabbing two, juggling Juno and zapping her out of this world. And it does look like that does give Pop and Soda a bit of time, but their spawn point is very close by, so they know they can't be too aggressive here once again. Does look like DMO just playing with his food being there at the start. Ozzy going for the Junkrat tire kill, seeing what he can get. It doesn't get anyone, but and they say gets two. Grabbing Ozzy, grabbing Brigitte, and able to get some room to push. But Zeist is trying to get his own amount of kills here, trying to make some space. DMO actually grabbing two on the side of Boy Toys, getting both supports, leaving Boy Toys without any supports to speak with. That does mean that Muffin does go down due to having low health. DMO able to secure that kill, giving more time to the side of Pop and Soda to defend. We are only still on the first third of this second section. probably one of the actually no, the last section is definitely harder to some people, so it depends. But we do see that they are still contesting on this archway here. It does look like Muffin is able to push him off. We see a lot of ults, all 5 ults available inside of Boy Toys, while they use 3 of these ults, but NDC gets one, Muffin gets another, Ultras gets another, and that does seem like the tide is going towards Boy Toys, but it depends on how DMO does what he can do with his ultimate. Grabbing 2, very big, being able to actually potentially halt this point from going any further, because the rest of the team should be starting to come back now. And he still gets another. Does get a bit of a bomb stuck on him. Muffin grabbing the kill though. It does seem like although there was a lot of ultimates committed here, they definitely lost a lot on both sides, of course. Muffin grabbing Asuka, being able to grab some of that support out of the side of Pop and Soda. DMO still going inside the team, the aggressive team, being aggressive himself, grabbing one sniper Winston, being able to actually get these guys off the point and once again delaying them from pushing towards the second checkpoint. Bit aggressive here once again, especially on the side of Boy Toys, going in with Tracer to try to disrupt their supports and disrupt their team from actually defending as well as they could have. Muffin trying to clear out the way to make sure that they're able to push successfully. It does look like Z's able to grab Silence from being a menace in society, especially on the side of Pop and Soda. The ultimate's not coming out. Both sides using the Kiriko ult, as well as Muffin using the Winston ult to try to get some space. But both sides actually use them to just disrupt everyone. Everyone is now spread out so thinly, but Pop and Soda able to actually take advantage of it, getting quite a few of these kills. 5-player kill streak for the DMO, and I believe that is pushing them back to spawn. So that does give a really big advantage for Pop and Soda right at the end of the second checkpoint, with the escort payload being very close to getting there. Boy Toys do need to get in as soon as possible, otherwise they will be losing this point and this map. Silence going to flank just to see what they can do. Z's trying to grab the Echo here, who does have an ult. Asuka using Brigitte ult, but does get taken out by Roast. Kiriko, OCDemo grabbing 2 from the side of Pop and Soda. Does give them a bit of an advantage here, with only the Sim really contesting Muffin, as well as the few left on point. They need to put, Boy Toys needs to push this point to the second checkpoint before it's over. We are now in OT. They don't have much time. If the rest of the team gets in and does not have enough momentum, they won't be able to get through. But it does look like, as I speak, they are able to grab 2 and potentially deny the rest of the team from actually defending this. And we do see it go to the second checkpoint, and with 1 minute 20 left on the timer, will Boy Toys be able to actually push to the third checkpoint? It is an uphill battle from here, of course. OC still sticking to Symmetra, trying to make sure that they do have the defensive, I guess, turrets able to help defend and be able to do a lot more damage against Winston and the shield. We have walls coming through from Z's. DMO taking on the Angry Monkey, trying to make sure that he makes a lot of space, getting Roast and Ultras right out of the gate, being able to reduce their numbers down to 2, and Silence and they say being the last one alive, the DPS being pushed back to their spawn. Z's grabbing Silence and Oz grabbing, and they say that does mean that Boy Toys is taken far back. We do see DMO, Z's getting Ultras right out of their spawn. DMO being very aggressive, highly aggressive. This is not a good look, because this means they have less than limited time to be able to get on point. 20 seconds remaining. Silence is going through the back way to try to get to the point. They do hear, Swap and Soda does hear that and is trying to look for it, and does get the, Zeus does get the kill off Silence. No time left, 10 seconds remaining. Muffin is using ultimate, last desperation move to try to get on point to OT. Does Mighty Beast grab Roast on that kill, while we see Muffin juggling some of the supports. Muffin able to get one. OT is here, and they say doesn't get the touch point, and we don't get to see the third checkpoint. Poppin' Soda winning Dorado. Amazing sight. Boito is able to get pushed quite well, get pushed quite far into that into the side of Poppin' Soda while they're on attack, but Poppin' Soda still able to give enough of a fight to be able to deny them any additional like space, any additional points or whatever. But as I said before, we still have another map to see. It is a best of 5, so we still have at least one more map to see. But of course, we do want to see Boiters maybe make a comeback. Maybe they have to have a pick that works for them, works really well. But because we still have to wait for the third map, I think we should take a break, come back in a bit so that we make sure the players have some rest just before they get to their potential final map, and we'll see how it goes from there. So see you in the flip side.
Faster, I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster. I'm going to the maximum.
Oh, don't slip off. What a king. Was that an ace?
And welcome back to UCC Overwatch 2 for Term 2. We are now going to head to the third map of this lower final stage between Boy Toys and, of course, Poppin' Soda. So let's take a look at what the map we have now. And it's King's Row, a nice classic. Once again, we did see them again with Boy Toys vs Winston. So let's see now how Boy Toys goes against the side of Poppin' Soda, a team that is definitely, arguably, a lot stronger against them here. So let's see how they're able to face an uphill battle, especially with it being the game point for Poppin' Soda. So let's see. Hopefully we can go into the game as soon as possible to see how they're going to be stacking up. But I do believe Boy Toys does have a bit of a change again with the roster. We do have Ultras coming out and Steph coming in to fill in that space. But let's talk about what we did just see, of course, because we did see in that previous map on Dorado, with like some of these plays were quite aggressive, especially when it came to that last point where Poppin' Soda was quite aggressive in the spawn. Z's grabbing some of those picks near the end, a lot of free picks, with almost no, like, I guess, contest. We did see some contests with, of course, the Winston on Muffin side being able to get a bit of that contestability, but that still did not do enough. And that did give Poppin' Soda enough defense, enough time for them to basically win that map 3-2. DMO did also grab a lot of final blows, which is quite amazing to see because DMO was looking for those, I guess, picks to just round off those picks coming out of Zeus and some of the others like Ozzy. And of course, we do have the fact that Poppin' Soda is actually a long-running name in UCC. So we have seen them in the past. We've seen them in Overwatch in the past. We've seen them in some of the other games, if I am not wrong. So Poppin' Soda isn't just a new face on the block. Of course, team members change. And of course, it depends on how many people from Poppin' Soda still remain from previous times. I do hear that apparently the game can't get started. Maybe there's some issues with the lobby, but we will still be heading in at some point once this is able to get through. But once again, I gotta do my great honor of saying thanks to Aorus. Once again, great products and great team supporting us to be able to continue our journey here at UNSW Esports. And of course, UCC is still ongoing. We did just see the grand finals for CS2 complete yesterday. Amazing gameplay on that front. I believe, let me just double check who actually won that, just for those who are curious and do also like CS at the same time as Overwatch. Very different games, but I'm not surprised if you are here at UNSW Esports. So I do believe the winners of that one was ANGW against Defenseless Bisons 2-1. So for those who are keeping track of that, that was CS2's grand finals. And of course, we do have Valorant and Rocket League coming up. So for those who are still holding on, whether it's because they don't have a team or because they just are waiting, it's time to sign up. Rocket League, especially one of our biggest games and biggest teams that have gotten the best out of UNSW Esports, as well as Valorant being one of the biggest games that we still have to this day. And of course, that does mean that you still have the deadline of Friday to be able to actually sign up for this tournament and win some great prizes from Gigabyte Aorus. So make sure you do. And I would be remiss if I didn't shout out, of course, the production team here with Yui currently on the production broadcast side of things. Of course, me at the moment doing casting, but also everyone who's made this come ahead in the past, such as Kraz being our media marketing exec, but also the one who made that. I think he made the original one, but we had Kraz, but also the great team at the media marketing subcom, creating some of these excellent graphics, some of these excellent videos, the UCC pre-roll, mid-roll, and all of the above. But it does appear that we do still have some issues coming from the lobby. It is unable to be created, so they might have to recreate the lobby to try to get it to work. But it does look like because they are having technical issues, we may need to grab a break so that we can fix them for you now. So we will go for a really quick break. Let's give it like maybe 3 minutes or however long production decides, and we'll see how we can get into game as soon as possible. See you then. stream my story of my PSU. So welcome back to UCC Overwatch 2 for term 2. So we do have information that the game is getting back on track, but we do still have some time to waste as the players are getting ready once again. So of course, once again, if you guys have missed out, we are going to be watching Boy Toys versus Pop and Soda, which at the moment it is 2-0 with the first two maps going to Pop and Soda. It's a very uphill battle. It is a best of 5, so we still have at least one more map to see. Depending on how this goes, we will see who is going to be advancing to the grand finals versus UCID Roar. So hopefully we can see what is happening now. Just in case you missed out, we do have also the roster changes of Ultras coming out and Steph stepping in for that team. And of course, as I've mentioned before, it was a great showing. Boy Toys did get very far on Dorado, and they did actually get to the second checkpoint and pretty far in that as well. However, they weren't able to secure the last checkpoint to be able to get another round against Pop and Soda for that map. So it does seem like they are on their last straw here, being able to, they need to be able to actually get some sort of win out to be able to compete, to be able to contest Pop and Soda's current lead 2-0. But before we get into that, before we get into the fun, does look like we are still waiting on some of the players. So apparently we can head to the game in a bit. What a bit means, we'll see. But it looks like we are going in right now. So we are in Kings Row. We're actually in the snowy version of Kings Row. Is it always snowy? I can't remember. But oh yeah, okay. Well, special. It is the winter version of Kings Row. We love that. We love winter. Christmas in July for those who are. Oh. Okay, we have the issue with, of course, the lobby being in the wrong region, as the players have kindly mentioned to our production team. So they're just going to quickly make sure that the region is correctly set to the Sydney servers, or Australia servers, of course. But as we wait for that, we do like to see Kings Row, one of my favorite maps, one of the most OG maps. Okay, so it does appear like we might still take a bit of time to be able to get the match going, because there are some technical issues going on with the game, but it does look like that we're still going to be going in at some point once they're able to sort that out. But I want to tell you guys a story right now, because of course, as someone who's in production here at UNSW Esports, I'm also one of the ones who do these broadcasts, and of course, you kind of need a PC for that, and it kind of sucks. All these technical issues, everyone sees them, but for me, my power supply blew up a few days ago. So I get the pain for some of these players, some of this technical issues that happen in broadcast. So definitely need to make sure that the systems are running well, but sometimes the unexpected happens. So let's see how it goes from here on out. But hopefully no players have the same issue as I did, where the power supply just implodes. Of course, I would never expect that with Gigabyte, because Gigabyte has amazing gear, and I would love to thank Gigabyte Aeros for being our sponsor here at UNSW Esports, especially for UCC, one of our most, if not our most long-running sponsors so far, and they are the best. Make sure you provide support for them on their socials. But we are now going into game, and it does appear that we have solved the issue. I think we are actually playing in Singapore because the Sydney servers are down, it appears. So we will be playing at a higher ping. So we already are in the game. Pop and Soda are currently attacking, with Boy Toys being the defense. Boy Toys going for, once again, the Orisa play with Muffin there, and it does look like Ozzy going for the new pick, the new kid on the block, and we do see that Muffin is able to actually get 2 kills here, being able to push them back, pushing Pop and Soda back into the spawn, giving them more time on the clock to defend this first point. We do see Lifeweaver come out in the side of Pop and Soda. Asuka bringing in some of this more defensive pulls, defensive abilities, being able to actually get more utility out of it. Does seem like Pop and Soda coming out of the choke here, trying to push on the right side, trying to go against Muffin here. But Pop and Soda does still seem to be somewhat stuck around the statue, stuck at the choke, and not yet on the point. Muffin and Steph grabbing 2. being able to really give the side of Pop and Soda a lot of difficulty when it comes to actually getting across to the point, getting across this choke and being able to actually make an impact. Muffin and Steph, as well as Rose, already with their ultimates up, and Muffin trying to get as much progress as possible, grabbing to getting both Mighty Beast, Tracer, as well as DMO on the brig. I just noticed DMO is not on the tank this time around. We got Ozzy on the tank. DMO going for that brig gameplay right now. Very cool. But we do see Ozzy on the hazard with the ultimate ready, the Hanzo ultimate ready, as well as the Life Weaver ultimate tree ready as well. So let's see if these ultimates can be used to actually push further in. The ult comes out on the side of Ozzy. It does seem like we got the roast wall being able to get some damage off of DMO, and they still don't have anyone down on the side of Boy Toys, and that does mean that they have such a big advantage, being able to push further in, getting the players, and able to get a team kill, further cementing their defense here on King's Row. We still see 3 ultimates coming on Pop and Soda, while we do see quite a few ultimates coming up online. Steph taken down with their ultimate does mean that Pop and Soda can go for a more aggressive push here. We do see Boy Toys moving back, a bit less heals. A lot of them are a bit low now. We do see the Tracer Bomb coming in. Silence and Rose going down. Silence is ult still on points, denying any of the pushes at the moment. The rest of the team on the side Boy Toys does crumble, and we do see Pop and Soda able to grab some of this capture here on the first point on King's Row. They will be able to grab this first point and start moving on to the escort side of it. We do see DMO being very, very aggressive on the spawn here, being able to go for Silence, trying to get him down. Will it be successful? No. DMO does go down. Rose able to grab that that kill here. Pop and Soda needing to push the point here, trying to get some momentum here with the cart. We have 2 ults on the side of Boy Toys, while only 1 ult with the side of Pop and Soda, which is down. Z's being killed by Muffin. Followed out by Steph using the ultimate to grab Ozzy, grab hazards to make sure they can't have any more survivability, no more endurance, pushing the side of Pop and Soda back to the spawn, back into a more favorable position for the side of Boy Toys. We do still see 2 ultimates basically on the side of Boy Toys being available for them, while Pop and Soda just used this one, the Hanzo Dragon, not getting anything at all. DMO grabbing 1, but still not being able to be too aggressive, as they are. This is the choke that we're talking about. Hazard really going aggressively in, actually trying to get in between Muffin and the supports, not really being able to do too much out here. Muffin using ultimate, try to get the pick off of Hazard. Hazard's defense reduction does go into play here, being able to reduce a lot of the damage from Orisa. Ultimate coming in from Ozzy. 2 coming in from Mighty Beast, Tracer, Pulse Bomb, grabbing Roast and Steph, both supports. That does mean that Boy Toys has less than favorable outcomes in the future. Right now, they are unable to hold the point. That gives Pop and Soda a lots of room to play with to be able to push the point further again. Z's being able to grab some more, being very aggressive, basically being inside the last checkpoint here to make sure that Pop and Soda is able to just keep pushing this cart without any disturbances from Boy Toys being able to go in. So Boy Toys are currently distracted by some of these flanks, some of these aggressive pushes. Ultimate coming in from Roast, the wall trying to increase damage, trying to push them off the cart, trying to push them off the point, trying to make them disperse. It does look like Muffin's able to grab 1, but able to Boy Toys able to actually push them a bit further out to be able to secure the choke point, trying to secure the position so that they're able to have a favorable position in the corner right here next to the payload. Happy Panda grabbing Ozzy here means there's less endurance available for the side Pop Soda, but Z's able to get that back, getting that trade. Silence and Muffin grabbing 2 more on the side of Pop and Soda. That does depreciate their ability to actually do any more advancements at this time. 30 seconds left on the clock. Pop and Soda needs to do their push now and be fully committed to be able to get the entire team a team kill. Otherwise, this may end badly for them. Zeus grabbing one, the first kill to be able to start off this attack. Muffin trying to grab an ultimate here is not successful. Life Weaver able to grab some out. Life Weaver using the tree here right on the point, being able to give them way more capacity to sustain their push. Oscar / Muffin, the only one left on point, and it does seem like he is low. He is down by DMO. DMO grabbing step as well. That does mean that there's almost no more resistance left on the side of BoyToys for this checkpoint. Mighty Beast grabbing some stragglers. Happy Panda on the soldier. The payload is now reaching the final checkpoint. Silence able to grab one from DMO. DMO being a bit too aggressive. We do see some of the aggressive players definitely coming out of Pop and Soda, being one of the more aggressive teams that we've seen so far. We have 3 ults coming on the side of Pop and Soda. They have a lot of ultimate economy to be able to play with, to be able to get around these corners, get around these chokes. The Hanzo ult coming through. Steph able to grab Tracer here, able to get a bit of that flank off them. We do see the ult coming out of Ozzy there. Not really getting too much value there. Roast getting taken down by Zeus, but Steph able to grab one from Ozzy, which is the most appropriate one and the best one to get to be able to secure the point. Muffin grabbing the last 2 that is remaining. Asuka running away to ensure that he is able to survive, not delay any more pushes. It does look like DMO is unfortunately taken down by Happy Panda 94 on the soldier. 30 seconds remaining. Pop and Soda does need to get, again, a really good push to be able to make it till the end and secure the final checkpoint. But BoyToys has a full arsenal of ultimates. The wall comes out, the tree comes out to try to block all that. We do see the Muffin ultimate on Orisa not getting anything so far. Steph able to actually get one on Zeus. We do see the soldier getting on Asuka, able to get 2 of the picks that are relevant to trying to create sustain. DMO going down, no more supports. Only thing is left is OZ, which goes down, and of course the Tracer. All ults used. BoyToys able to actually secure that defense round 1. With only 2 checkpoints and 2 Pop and Soda. Now we are going to the next round, seeing how BoyToys are able to push the cart with Pop and Soda defense. We do know Pop and Soda is really good with some of this defensive capabilities. We've seen it on the side of Escort. Escort is very similar. We of course, you still have the payload available, but we also have the checkpoint at the start. I just had the random thought of what if we had the checkpoint at the end. That would be pretty interesting. But anyway, well, okay, enough of that. But we are now getting in. We do see that they do have to reach where Pop and Soda reached at the second or third checkpoint, to third checkpoint area. So they just have to reach that first corner, as we see here. But let's take a look at what the lineup is right now. We do see Pop and Soda coming out with the Bastion, trying to see if they can deal way more damage, at least trying to scare them away from any individual pushes. They do have to make sure that they can actually get onto this Bastion. Otherwise, a lot of damage will be dealt. We do see Sigma coming out for the first time in this set of maps with Pop and Soda. And Zen. Definitely something new for the time being compared to some of the other matches we've seen. BoyToys does seem to be going for what they have, tried and true comp for them. But let's see how they are going to go against Pop and Soda here. Mighty Beast on the Bastion, denying them the capacity to really go down the main choke point until his Bastion form is down. We do see BoyToys being very aggressive in the push, but unable to really secure any room or any kills here. Asuka, Mighty Beast, and Z's able to get a lot of kills here, forcing BoyToys to back out and get out of there. One thing we did just see there that some may have noticed is that Moira actually does now have the ability to show the teammates where she is fading, which is not something that we've seen so far in the past updates. So it's actually a very good, useful tool for teammates. The enemies don't see that. Fortunately, that would be a bit overpowered. But we do see now BoyToys is back up, going to try to contest the choke once again. We do see Pop and Soda right at the choke, so it's a bit difficult for them, Boy Toys, to actually move up. We do see the Maywall trying to block any backing up of the Sigma, trying to see if we can get any picks here. But it does look like, oh, 2 trades on both sides. Zeus getting another one, making it advantage towards Boy Toys. But Happy Panda able to grab Zeus. It's a 2v2 here on point. Will they be able to get any more, or will they have to back out? It does look like the side of Boy Toys is able to escape, and Mighty Beast is left right at the choke with the spawns coming in from Boy Toys, able to secure a 1 from Mighty Beast, only leaving Sigma on point, giving them the point on the capture. Depending on how fast and how much pressure the rest of the teammates on Pop and Soda can actually apply, determines how much of the checkpoint they can grab. It's possible they're just going to give them the checkpoint because it might not be worth giving them any more of these kills. We do see the sleep coming in from DMO, not getting any eliminations at the moment. They will be contesting the choke, but it is too late for them to actually contest the point. We do see that ultimate, a 5 ultimate essentially, grabbing 2, Muffin and Steph out of that ult, and then grabbing 1 more. But they still captured the point. They still captured the payload. That just gives them a bit of respite with them not being able to push for the time being. 4 minutes on the clock. Boy Toys need to capture all the way to the second point, close to the last one. Asuka grabbing silence from spawn. That gives Boy Toys a bit less time to be able to actually push. They have 3 ultimates. Muffin going down. Z's grabbing both Roast and Muffin here. That does mean that they have way more time to defend, way less time to push. 3 ultimates on the side of Pop and Soda. You got the Zen ult, Bastion ult, and Cassidy ult. Of course, they are going to be very, very crucial. But Boy Toys has all 5 ultimates. Pop and Soda really need to make sure that they use it theirs effectively. Asuka grabbing 1 kill on Soldier 76, Happy Panda 94 there. That does mean, once again, they do have not much room to play with. Even though they have 5 ults and they're at spawn, they are being pushed back, which we have seen with Pop and Soda a lot, being very aggressive. Oh, we do see the Zen ult protecting any of these additional ults from actually doing a lot. Z's grabbing 2, grabbing Muffin, grabbing Rose, grabbing Steph. Z's grabbing silence. Ah, stopped by Happy Panda from getting a 5k right there. Mighty Beast grabbing the last kill there. Team kill, doing a laughing emote. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. That was a lot of ultimates to spend, but so did Pop and Soda. Pop and Soda had to use it, and Boy Toy still has 2 ultimates, so that does mean they can still continue to push. We do see Muffin really pushing here, with pushing again. Yeah, no, they push against Mighty Beast Bastion because a bit overextend. Sigma coming in, trying to delay it, but it does seem like because they don't have a lot of room to play with, they do have to back up, especially when you're fighting against the tank. Boy Toy is doing something similar with how Pop and Soda worked by making sure that they cannot push onto the payload, giving them less room to defend and giving them more room to push. Payload is getting quite close to the second point. We do see DMO at the back line, potentially able to get some picks, but that does mean he's really far from the battle and not able to really support the team. So that actually means it's a 4v5 for the time being until DMO is able to get back. Ultimate coming out of Soldier on side of Boy Toys, trying to get a few grabs. 1 is traded out by Zeist, and they're able to get the second point. It is literally a hair's way away from the final point to give it to the side of Boy Toys. Rose getting a beat down to continue the endurance. Muffin silence grabbing 2 more, Muffin grabbing another, and it does look like it's going very advantageous towards the side of Boy Toys. Only 1 left is Mighty Beast with Bastion, and it goes towards Boy Toys. We are going to map 4, 1-2 towards Boy Toys, grabbing King's Row. That's amazing. Hey, I did mention that they did really well on Escort, so it's not a surprise that with just a bit of a change, they're able to actually get some utility out and be able to get that through. The Ramacha change was very big against Sigma coming in from Muffin. But that means we are going to continue on with some more of this gameplay between Boy Toys and Pop and Soda. we will need to wait for the fourth map. These teams deliberating very hard, very taking their time to make sure that they pick the right map that will give them the most advantage right now. But just talking about the game that just happened so far, we do see that Pop and Soda, even though they tried to do their very aggressive pushes to be more like right in the like inside the other team, inside the Boy Toys, they weren't able to really deny Boy Toys from one defending, but also from pushing. Yes, they were able to get a bit of time at the first point, which was very advantageous for them. But once that fell through, that did give Boy Toys enough time, enough momentum, enough ultimates to be able to just use them through to be able to knock down the side of Pop and Soda and give them the map. But for the time being, I do believe we are still going to be waiting on the map pick. Or is it the loser picks the map? If I'm not. Yeah, so Pop and Soda will be picking the map this time. The last two maps, Dorado and Kings Row, were picked by Boy Toys. So let's see what Pop and Soda does pick. It will still take a while, as I mentioned. So maybe we'll take a quick break just so I get some rest here while we continue to the next map, but also for the players. So see you then. And welcome back to UCC Overwatch 2 Term 2. We are now going to see the fourth map between Boy Toys and Pop and Soda. We are now going to Colosseo, going for some push map, a nice push map. As I said, I look forward to some of these push maps because this one really is the one that really shows whether it's a full-on roll or if we do have some contestability here. So I do believe the game is ready, and we are heading in right now. Well, don't you look at that? And I believe we're now back onto the Sydney server, so less a nice lower ping for everyone involved. Not 100 ping. Yes, I do agree that it's a lot nicer to have a lot lower ping, a lot lower latency. But let's take a look at the picks that are coming out of both of these teams. We do see that the Mercy's coming out on the side of Pop and Soda, not something we've seen so far in this match between these two. Silence swapping over to May. We do see Muffin going for that Ramacha once again against DMO's Doomfist. We do know that Doomfist here has worked quite well for Pop and Soda. Very good at these more aggressive plays. But of course, Zeist coming in with the Widow pick may be one of the killer moves here because Zeist was very aggressive, very aggressive in terms of getting some of these picks on the last point of Dorado. So let's see if we can grab some early picks here. Yes, Zeist grabbing Ultras right out of the gate. Lucio flying around the map and is destroyed. Grabbing another one on Happy Panda, Sojourn, making it less, giving Boy Toys the lower ability to be able to actually contest this point now. They do have to back up to try to regroup at this point. It does look like they do have a flank of DMO, grabbing one, grabbing Silence. Now that just leaves one of the tank and the Lucio. Very aggressive plays coming in from Pop and Soda, as well as the fact that they do have a really great sniper on the hands of Zeist here. Grabbing another one, grabbing Surgeon once again, not being able to actually aggress too much on the side of Happy Panda there. Muffin grabbing two, grabbing Zeist now, grabbing Mighty Beast, able to potentially push with some of these crucial picks down, but Ozzy is able to grab Muffin out of this world. And now it does mean that we are seeing Pop and Soda pushing the bot a lot further now, giving them a lot of room. Demo grabbing Steph, Asuka grabbing Silence, giving them more time, more space, the more ability to push this bot into the first checkpoint. We have two ultimates coming up on the side of Pop and Soda here, while Boy Toys haven't been able to really aggress or get much damage yet, so they don't have much ult economy here. Getting a sleep on Muffin here. Z. Two of the supports coming on Boy Toys going down. Silence going down as well. Only leaving Muffin here. Muffin is ready going down and is killed. That is a team kill that basically guarantees the first point for Pop and Soda. They have two ultimates still. Asuka, Ana, and the Genji Blade. That will be a Nano Blade, and that could be deadly against Boy Toys, especially with the numerous amount of squishes they have. Silence going to Soldier 76 here. They don't have any ultimates so far, and they do have to compete against this point that has already been taken. I've been trying to grab some of these stragglers, trying to grab some of these more squishy members here, but unable to actually convert any of these kills. We do see the blade coming in. We do see the Nano Blade coming in, grabbing 3 off of Boy Toys. That does mean that this is going to continue going. This is a momentum that Pop and Soda really excels at. We saw this before in the previous maps, but this is more prominent here, way more prominent here. We do see DMO trying to grab some energy here, but is punished for being way too far in the spawn, unable to convert anything too much. We do see the 3 ultimates coming in now from Boy Toys, Steph, Ultras, and Muffin. Muffin potentially, oh nope, not using his ultimate there, and does get downed by Zeist. Oh, we do have a pause coming in on the side of Roast, so it does seem like they may have an issue pop up. So at the moment, we did see that Pop and Soda has a lot of momentum coming in, being able to actually get a lot of those early picks, get those early crucial members of Boy Toys down, making sure that they can't defend anything more than they have to or more than they can actually defend, I guess. They only had all of these like the stronger members like Muffin able to actually stay alive until the very end at this first pick before the first checkpoint was captured. But looks like we are going back in right now. Boytoy is able, since they did get that good set of picks, they are now being able to push the bot, but they have a large distance to cover. They do have 3 ults coming in, but we do see that some of the ults on Pop and Soda are now coming in right now. We do have wall hacks coming in from Zeist. Will Zeist be able to get a lot of benefits out of this, or will he be taken out by Muffin? We do see both the Mercy and Zeist trying to get some value and trying to stay alive. Muffin using ult to try to get some of the supports out of the way. DMO trying to get rid of the monkey out of the way, but that does mean that the main team is not able to get some picks here. DMO grabbing 1, but Muffin grabbing 2, grabbing 3. DMO grabbing Steph. No more supports on the side of Boytoys. That does mean that if DMO is able to get some more of these kills, he's able to get some more advantageous positioning for his team. But it does look like Boytoys is able to at least survive with Muffin and Happy Panda. Will Zeist able to grab 1? Happy Panda down by Zeist once again. Zeist having these really crucial picks coming in for the side of Poppy Soda. This is really, really bad. Looking really bad for Boytoys when Zeist is able to get these picks for free. Ultra's getting taken down for being a bit aggressive in the space that DMO is inhabiting. He said, "Get out of my way." We do see the ult coming out of Happy Panda to try to delay some of this push. Silence going down by DMO. Once again, DMO having free reign here. DMO almost got silenced there, but sorry, Happy Panda, but oh no, DMO did get Happy Panda there. It does mean that Pop and Soda has a lot of space. Asuka did use the nano there, and now we see Mighty Beast using the Mercy ult here. Maybe able to get Winston. Yep, there we go. We got a Battle Mercy, folks. This is something that we love to see. That does mean Pop and Soda is getting closer and closer to capturing the last point. Steph grabbing Mighty Beast for being too aggressive, maybe potentially being too much of a Battle Mercy. Silence grabbing Zeist here. Able to get rid of that long sidelined killer that we've seen getting a lot of these necessary picks. Ozzy deflecting the flashbang. DMO grabbing 2, grabbing Happy Panda and Ultras, not giving much room to Boytoys to be able to defend here. The point is really close. They're only a few meters away from being able to capture this map. We do see Ultras using the ultimate to try to create some sustain, some endurance to try to defend this place. Ultimate coming out from Pop and Soda to try to get rid of all of these pests. Does not look like it's working. Muffin able to get rid of DMO, and now it looks like it is going towards Boytoys for this fight. Pop and Soda moving back. Ozzy able to grab the Sombra from Happy Panda. Ozzy actually able to grab 3 of this before being punished by Steph, but that does mean that only leaves the supports defending, which is not a great look when you have Zeist lurking with these sidelines. If Pop and Soda is able to push really fast, they might be able to take advantage of this, but it does look like Muffin is back from spawn, able to at least apply some pressure to Steph. I mean, sorry, not Steph, Zeist. Muffin going for the ultimate, grabbing Zeist as needed. Happy Panda grabbing Mighty Beast, giving them 1 less support. DMO going down. Primal was very big here, being able to give them some space. Muffin grabbing another one. Asuka, that does give Boytoys a lot of space and a lot of time to play with to try to get back, push the point, but they do have a lot of space to go through. They have not gone into the first checkpoint just yet. We'll see how this goes for the time being. We do see Ozzy and DMO grabbing 2, giving them more of an advantage against the rest of the teams. Steph able to grab Zeist. Once again, a crucial pick. Silence grabbing Ozzy, traded out by DMO going against Steph. Rez coming out of the side of Mighty Beast, able to grab Ozzy once again. Ozzy in turn grabbing Silence, and that does mean Pop and Soda is able to push back, trying to see where this goes. DMO once again going on that aggressive push, trying to get any of these picks where possible, try to crumble the defense from Boytoys, try to get any of these picks to be able to really create a scratch, an opening, a divide within this space. Asuka going down. Happy Panda Muffin grabbing these kills. We do see Zeus grabbing the having an ultimate used. Zeus DMO grabbing two, but Steph grabbing Zeus once again. Another crucial pick, as mentioned before. Does look like it is going towards the Boy Toys if they don't get downed by Ozzy, and a very aggressive push from DMO together with Ozzy here. Ozzy grabbing Ultra, reducing the ability to have some support. Ozzy using the ultimate here, seeing if he can grab any of these. Does not get anything here, really. Happy Panda is grabbing that kill. Are they able to sustain this momentum? Are they able to get the rest of them down? DMO goes down, Muffin grabbing that kill, and that means that the rest of the team does have to move back because, yes, Muffin is able to grab Asuka, support's going down. If Zeist is able to get any kills here, then maybe it's a comeback, but yes, there we go. Zeist able to grab Silence, punishing them for looking down the scope, looking down the sideline without getting the necessary preparations to get rid of Zeist. We do see it now a 3v5 essentially in this fight, so that means Boy Toy is making the right decision to go back. They have essentially 5 ultimates, while on the side of Pop and Soda, they only have 2. The DMO's Doomfist ultimate and Mercy ultimate at the moment. 60 seconds remain. It is still towards the side of Pop and Soda, and at the moment, all of the fights have been happening on the side of Boy Toy's field. Boy Toy side of the map. Ultra is using their ult to try to sustain this fight. They're able to get quite a few kills here, able to make more progress and able to push the point a bit further. Steph grabbing 2 and Silence grabbing DMO. Very, very crucial. They have 4 ultimates still, and on the side of Pop Soda, they only have 3. We'll see how this goes, but Z's grabbing once again a pick here on the side of Happy Panda on the Sombra, able to reduce the numbers to a 4v5. They need to use the ultimate on the side of Boy Toys to be able to continue the sustain. Yes, Muffin uses the ultimate Primal Rage to try to get some of this disarray within the side of Pop and Soda. Was antied, so very low in health. Steph trying to sustain some of that health back. DMO grabbing Silence. That does mean one less ultimate able to use in this point. They do get the first checkpoint, but it does go OT, and that means it's on the side of Pop and Soda to just get them off the point. Will Boy Toys be able to continue? It's only the support left. And that means that's towards Pop and Soda. And that is a GG with the win, Pop and Soda, and a win for Pop and Soda for the game and series. That was a very impressive defense from Boy Toys, but Pop and Soda is just very, very good. Very competent in terms of these like aggressive plays. Very aggressive with the mix of the being able to dive, being able to get the benefits out of the Doomfist, the Genji, but also being able to get some of these picks that were crucial to be able to maintain that momentum. With Zeus getting a lot of those picks, we saw those sidelines, especially even when the side of Pop and Soda were already going down, like when they were being pushed back, Zeus was able to reduce the ability of being aggressive from the side of Boy Toys by taking some of those picks where possible, and that goes to show that Pop and Soda was able to get the final map needed for them to get into the grand finals, which does bring them into a new rematch against UNSW Roar. And that does mean that at 6 p.m. we will be seeing these two teams once again coming from both the upper and lower bracket finals into the grand finals, and they will be doing a rematch. So let's see how much UNSW Roar and Pop and Soda will be able to contest each other and have some great competitions. But it is a best of 5, as mentioned, as all the finals are, so we will have to see them at 6 p.m. But that does conclude the last finals before the grand finals for now until 6 p.m. when we see grand finals, as well as maybe a few different faces here on the cast. But I do want to say again, thanks to our sponsor Gigabyte Aorus for again providing us with a great amount of prizes for all of UCC now and the past and the future. So make sure again you give them some love on their socials, as well as thanks to the production team and all of the rest of the team around UNSW Esports, the events, Subcom, our executives, of course, yes, Yui at the moment currently helming the production. So that does wrap us up for now. But 6 p.m. is the grand final, so make sure you put that down on your calendar. Put an alarm down for 6 p.m. so that you can come back to watch the grand finals between UCID Raw and Pop and Soda. But that was me for now, so I will see you at 6 p.m. See ya.
Max power, I'm about to go bigger and better. If I ever lose, set it on faster than ever. If I ever lose, set it on bigger and better. Hitting all the goals I can. Bigger, bolder, faster. Ooh, I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster. Ooh, I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster. Ooh, I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm going to the maximum. I'm bigger, bolder, faster.
Tilt away from the ledge, constantly towing the edge. Tempted to plunge, trying these quiet lungs, trying to drown out the fun. Can you tell me it's not the same out there, freedom in the rain? I'm ready, feeling heavy to get ready for the thoughts, and so what now? Be in my bed, stars are shining, reach out to find what's hiding. Slipping sheets side down in silence, strip down, just there behind me. Toss and turn, dripping currents, wait and see what comes of yearning. Surround me all around, break the barriers, time will ever, dolls will ever stand my ground.
Chasing you and your idea of me. It's not the words you say or the dreams you live. No stress around that, oh, you're so full of shit. All smiles and smoke the lies and hope, cause I can finally see how good you live our life. This goddamn carefree.
Opaque and seamless peace. Nowhere to go has never been my greatest feat. A trail of memory too bend, too break, too late. I find somehow I'm missing the place I used to hate, and now I'm getting cold feet. I'm failing my way to the ground. Will it be found? Bound and crowned. Will it be ready to pound? Still and drown. Guess you find out, but would you even know how? Views intersect all my doubt. Two straight images, walking, scaling, telling, and also slowly fading. It's got
are not things because they want to be things. Words don't speak when words aren't there. Why am I when you are who you are?
So I'll say bye, bye, bye when I don't wanna leave. It is fine, 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 cause darling, I have seen these things don't change and you're the same, and this will never be. I'm tired of chasing you and your idea of me. It's not the words you say or the dreams you live. No stress around that, oh, you're so full of shit. All smiles and smoke the lies and hope, cause I can finally see how good you live our life. This goddamn carefree. Though is it time to stop living a lie? Maybe it's all the same, will I ever know? I'll drop that first and face the road, this is my guarantee. Goodbye to chasing you, my all perfect me. So I'll say bye, bye, bye when I don't wanna leave. It is fine, 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 cause darling, I have seen these things don't change and you're the same, and this will never be.
have dialed is not in service at this time. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service at this time.
from something I was chasing. And I lost all my thoughts, and I lost who I was before. The thought of letting go, but it's too soon and I miss the moon. I'll stay with you for the afterglow.
If you were out there as long as the stars in space, and you saw another you, what do you say to them? Or what should you say? You tell them the truth.
And it's cold, but we change for the better. I'll see the rain and brave the weather. No matter what happens, I'll be my own friend. I think that I'm ready to live again.
Yeah, I won't lie, I tried to hide that I liked you, and I think you know too. But girl, I'm always in my room making music. I don't go outside, stay up to sunrise. Got all these bad habits I'm trying to fix. Yeah, always trying to improve. Don't feel like I'm ready yet. I got a dream in my head. I just wanna get to where I'm going. That's why I make bedroom beats. I do this for myself and me. But there's just one thing. Every time I'm thinking you, it makes me wanna work harder and harder. I wanna get better.
ashes falling from the barren sky. Glowing shades of white and poison lined to the naked eye. Howling winds that wail in anguish and cry in rain. And all I hear are echoes of a life long gone in vain.
saying, love her if you wanna go, I'm down. 'Cause darling, we were meant for bigger things. And this place keeps killing our dreams. Let's go, love. I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. Yeah. Oh, love. I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind. Oh, I'm saying it's tired of waiting. We can leave this whole place behind.
and you imagine floating weightless, like satellites in the black sky. Will I eventually evaporate into a black hole? Or would I just stick up there? I know I sound a little crazy. I just wonder if the empty space would make me go insane. But if there's only one thing I do know, I'm here. Switch. Switch. Switch.
He's very close. Don't slip off. What a king! Was that an ace?
Welcome
Hello, how
back.
we doing?
Hell yeah, yeah. Are you excited for the grand finals of UCC Overwatch 2?
No, because I lost.
Well,
I lost, so I'm not excited. I'm not excited. I'm kidding. I'm excited. I'm very excited. I'm excited.
very excited, very excited.
I'm excited.
Yes.
I'm just joking.
Absolutely. Do
I'm
you
just
think
joshing.
like you versed you versed the two teams, right? Or were you able to verse?
No,
Roar,
we've only played Pop and Soda. We've only played
Okay.
Pop and Soda.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, then.
And, you know,
Do you
they're-
have
they're
do you
a
have
good
any
team.
I guess insight on what potentially may happen to this, because they did verse each other in the upper
Here's how
brackets.
I'll put it. Yeah, here's how I'll put it. Even against Pop and Soda, when we played them, we still made it competitive. If we went up against Used Roar, we would have been swept without them breaking a sweat. I feel like they could play the most trolled picks and we would have gotten swept. And this
Right.
isn't because oh, they're like so much better, which I mean, of course they are. And like you could still say like you could look at the ranks, you could look at the skills and be like, yeah, Pop and Soda and like Used Roar come close in both those areas. But again, Used Roar is like our UNSW Roar's main team. They've been playing together for a while. They're much more practiced. They're much more like coordinated with each other, and they know how to like play the comps. And especially if like Domo is gonna force the Doomfist, they know how to like play against it, and they know how to like essentially like counter it effectively. Because if we're looking at like high level Overwatch, there's a reason why Doomfist is not in the meta, and it's because of champs like Orisa and Ramatra existing and Mauga existing, which just sort of melt Doomfist if it's
Yeah.
like the team can coordinate and like rotate and kite properly, which
Yeah.
you could say like Boy Toys didn't do, which our team didn't do too well, but which is what he capitalized on.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, in general, that's why it's like it's imperative that Boy Toys sort of like rely on Zeist actually, because Zeist is like someone who can like find these picks if he just gets a good angle on them. And I think Used Roar needs to look out for. They need to look out for Zeist. I think if there's someone
Yeah.
to look out for on that Pop and Soda team, it is Zeist.
Zeist was very, very strong, definitely during that entire match with you guys. But speaking of match, we do have our map bans here, I believe. So let's take a look at what we have today for. Oh, that was what you guys had. There we go. Now it is what we are going to be getting. Antarctic Peninsula. Okay, what do you think about this one? With how you saw Pop and Soda play, do you think they'll have any sort of advantageous like positioning here or composition, or do you think it's just going to be all for Raw?
I think, listen, I'm gonna stick to what I said last time. Whereas if Roar doesn't like 3-0 essentially, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be expectation breaking. Like the expectation is that they 3-0. However, as long as they don't underestimate their opponent, I think they'll be fine. I think they should be fine. So for example, if you look at Antarctic Peninsula, there's a lot of like close corners. It's not very open. So the Doomfist, if Doma wants to push the Doomfist, it's not gonna work out too well because it's just too many choke points. It's too constricted to sort of like move around. On a map like that. So it's gonna be, I'm like expecting a rush mirror, probably a hazard coming out from the side of Pop and Soda, because that's what we saw the last time they played it. Maybe a Reinhardt. I haven't seen Domo's or I haven't seen Pop and Soda play like the Orisa or the Ramatra, but I'm hearing that we are ready to get into game. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, let us get into the match right now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And
Just
just
look
like
at
that,
their current comps, yeah.
double hazard.
Oh no, oh no. All right, let's head on in. And the floor to you for our play-by-plays.
Absolutely. I mean, again, look at the comp, right? It's a classic rush sort of brawly comp where this hazard is just wants to get in their face and sort of like get as much damage as possible. The one really good thing about Hassan, oh my god, Ozzy takes out Love. Good pick was that of Pop and Soda. This is what I'm talking about. They need to get these early pickoffs so that they can like collapse on them quickly. G-Pro Fearless, however, does get the trade onto Zeus. It's a 4v4 coming out. How taking a lot of space and User Roar getting ready to take first control at this point. However, here come the respawns are coming by slowly. The Tracer trying to put some damage down onto them. Crayon going low, trying to play around his health pack, trying to get his health up. Winamid pushes forward, gets his tanks ready, and the fight, just like that, goes to the side of Usaid Roar. Very clean, even though they went down early. They kept their composure, kited out the damage coming out. How got the trade-off, but they are going a little bit aggressive, however. They need to be a little careful. Z's caught out of position, blocking a little bit too far forward for the support, and how with the brilliant wall blocking him off and just like picking him up perfectly.
Yeah.
And once again, it looks like you know, the ults are coming back up. Here comes the ult out of How, wanting to take him out. However, do they get a pick? They do. Sydney gets the pick off onto Asuka, and Love gets the pick up onto Ozzy, and the fight has just been cleaned up.
Wow, that was their aggressive play definitely helped them continue their capture at the point. But we did see that Pop and Soda was kind of aggressive at the start, but I think that backfired for them while we got into more of I guess brawly dynamic there.
Absolutely, and here comes Pop and Soda back again. Sydney falling to the back, getting ready to push his team forward. He's building up to this beat. First comes the Kitsune Rush, however, here comes Doma with the ultimate, but incredible flank coming off from the side of Winamid, picks up 2 kills for himself, pushing forward with his team, and that's a clean team sweep.
Whew. You know that they are not letting go of this point. They're not giving any space. They're not giving any time to Pop and Soda, and this is going to just reflect across all of these sections of the map.
Oh, a good stick, Crayon. Not like this, brother. Good stake onto the side from Crayon. However, we do have the Kitsune ready for the side of Pop and Soda. The beat does come out, trying to make anything happen. It is at 88%. They need to move towards this point right now. How? Kiting them out perfectly. Asuka going low, but not low enough to fall. Once again, this point needs to be touched. Who's going to be the one to hit it? Love gets to pick off onto Ozzy. Love gets 2. And just like that, at this point, it's just about done. With Domo the only one left standing. Let's see if he can make anything happen. No, he cannot. 100-0 for the side of Usaid Roar.
Wow, that was very that was a domination right there for that first round there. And honestly, the Usaid Roar, like kind of reflecting on Pop and Soda's previous matches where one team was very aggressive, and we see Roar is being way more aggressive towards Pop and Soda than we saw Pop and Soda with the other teams.
Absolutely, and it's not just Usaid Roar being aggressive. They know they can be aggressive because Pop and Soda's backline, which unfortunately is a bit of a weakness for them. They know that their backline cannot handle the pressure being exerted by the side of Usaid Roar, and their DPS are just like, you know, they don't even need to like be the better DPS. They just need to do their job, hold an off angle, and keep Ozzy and Zeist off these angles, just so they can, like, you know, just so they can keep them in check and let the front line of Usaid Roar do their job. Good wall coming up from the side of Domo, trying to split them off. Everyone going low on their side. However, and Love immediately picking off Ozzy. Domo going low, a little too far forward. And once again, cleanup crew coming through. Love picking up 2. And just like that, Pop and Soda is back in their spawn.
Yeah, no, Love and Crayoni, they did swap off there to not go for that mirror match that we saw in the past, and they did go for the Cassidy and Tracer this time.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know what? It is working out. It does allow a little bit more for Brawl to Cassidy, bringing out some incredible damage. However, he's a bit stationary, so he needs to be a little bit more careful than that. Domo trying to go in, brawling with How. He cannot get onto this backline. They're kiting them out so well. However, How is going low, but he does pick off Ozzy in the meantime. Zeus gets the pick off onto Sydney. And so it is a 4v3. However, the respawn timers are taken up for the side of Pop and Soda. They are coming back in, and point is still in Usaid Roar's control. They can't really make anything out of that one pick that they got into Alice Springs, who will be coming back in almost no time. thanks to Lucio's wonderful ability to just bring him back with his speed. Or Domo, he's trying to like crush them in, and Love going down a little too bit far forward once again. Going down to half health, no one to support him, Ozzy, and that's the point for the side of Pop and Soda. Incredible engage onto the Cassidy, and just like that, one by one, they all fall as soon as the main damage dealer for that usage roar goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely Roar's ability to have that flank, that backline, as you mentioned, to be able to just get rid of those picks, and that really helped them continue on the point. But Pop and Soda did have a great engage there, which did let them go. But it does look like Roar is spending a lot of ultimates to get it back. They've got 3 kills down on the board already, and it looks like that is it. Now they have a team kill getting back the point.
Absolutely. A bit of an alt dump from the side of Usage Roar. However, they do get control back of the point. Kitsune ready to go, but the side of Pop and Soda don't really have a lot of ults. But they do have 3 ults coming back up. So let's see if they can make anything out of it, and let's see how good this Kitsune can be used. They do have 3 ults to sort of counter this Kitsune. They can go Kitsune. They can use the beat to counter the Kitsune and save it. The most important thing is they don't have anybody fall, and that's 3. 4 for the side of Pop and Soda. They are coming back alive into this game. Usage Roar using way too many ults at the beginning of that fight. It's now biting them back in the butt.
Yeah, no, and Pop and Soda still has 2 ults, while Roar's ult economy is very low compared to them, and so it's likely Pop and Soda is going to be able to keep this capture for quite a while.
Absolutely, and How trying to take some space on this high ground. Blocking out Domo perfectly. Let's see if they can get the pick off. However, Ozzy, great shot onto Love. How, however, does trade out the Trank. Ozzy, once again, incredible shot. He is putting a masterclass on this Cassidy. Z's picks a win a minute. It's a back and forth brawl. However, that is not what's needed for the side of Usage Roar. This point is still taken, but they have taken control. Pop and Soda, you just got your capture. You got your point back, Cap. What happened?
Oof. And the amount of ults that were used for Pop and Soda, and the fact that Usage Roar was able to still take it, goes to show that the ultimates did not matter. Roar was able to really just go and outplay the ultimate use there.
Oh, absolutely. And look at Usage Roar. All their ults are coming back right now. And ooh, this is looking rough for the side of Pop and Soda. And he's just throwing a stick out there. And this point is just about done.
Yep.
Just about done.
They cannot hold it. There it is. There it is towards Usage Roar. And that is the first map from Antarctic Peninsula. Wow. That was, as you said, it's gonna be pretty hard for Pop and Soda to actually get Roar, especially considering they've already played before against each other on the upper final. So we already have some sort of expectation.
Well, they played against each other in the upper finals. That's how they went back down.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, that's what I said. They played in the upper finals. Yeah. So like we have an expectation that they will be a really uphill battle, 3-0 back in the upper finals. So it's going to be really difficult for them.
It is going to be difficult. However, we have seen how OZ was putting on a show a little bit on that Cassidy. So maybe that's the pick. Maybe that's the strat, to play around their hit scan, to play around their main DPS, their main damage dealer, OZ in that case, and just sort of work around them and make sure that they can sort of get those pickoffs. And he has been going good toe to toe with Love on that Cas, and a lot of the time picking him up first. So let's see if Pop and Soda can devise a strat to sort of like enable him a little bit more in the upcoming maps.
Absolutely.
Once again, great showing from the side of Usage Roar. The fact that they were able to kite out both those ultimates while taking that point was a disaster for the side of Pop and Soda. That should not have ever happened. And if it did, they should have won that fight decisively. The fact that they kept trading each other out over and over again, even if they, at the end of it, they did come out a little bit on top with like 2 left standing, 2-1. Those respawn timers were coming back. There's a Lucio to get them back quickly. Hazard can like get back to point quickly. So it just didn't matter, because so once that point was taken, it was game over. I felt like from that point, because the odds didn't come back for the side of Usage Roar.
Yeah, no, I think undoubtedly though, you definitely have to give a lot of credit to with Usage Raw with their ability to just get those picks, especially when it's the backline and going to flank. It's something that is always repeated to always make sure that there's no flanks, no backline, like people like going around. But like it is something that they have to be wary of, Pop and Soda, because it is something that we saw over and over again in that map specifically, that they just kept getting picked off.
Absolutely. And we're waiting to find out what this second map is going to be. And in the meantime, however, I do want to talk a little bit about. I do want to talk about Domo.
Oh yes, yes.
He a little bit over aggressive in a lot of those engages, not respecting the side of Usador as much as he should have. Maybe a little bit drunk off the win from against Boy Toys, from how he got away with a lot of his engages, but in the coming matches, I do want to see him play a little bit more a little bit more respectful, and understanding his timings a little bit better on when he needs to engage and when he needs to disengage. Because a lot of those times, whenever he did try and get on to the side of Used Roar, it wouldn't even be onto their backline. It would be onto How, and all How had to do was just block him off with his spike wall, and unfortunately, he just didn't have the sort of like sustain to like keep up and stay on that point and like keep them busy and active, as the team had to rotate around to sort of like try and even help him out. So once again, if the hazard does come out, I want to see a little bit more respect, and in general, just sort of hopefully we get a little bit more competitive on the second map.
Absolutely. And I do hear that we do have our second map ready to see where they're going to be heading into. So let's take a look right now. It is Kings Row. Oh, we love Kings Row. You guys did compete in Kings Row in your previous match. What do you think their, like, I guess, strategy in Kings Row kind of focuses on? Because we might see that along here with against Used Roar.
I'm gonna expect Rush. Honestly, they might just stick to these hazard comps. They might just stick to these hazard comps. But if they want to get a little bit more spicy, they might try and pull out a Winston comp. Because Kings Row, that first point and second point, you can play the Winston. You have to play it a little slower. It's a little bit more Winston brawly. You have to play it a little slower. You need to play with your team a little bit more. However, once you get that first pick, it all crumbles very quickly, especially with that Winston. So let's find out what these comps are once we get into game.
Yep, let's head on in. Back to the Christmassy theme, back to the snow, back to the nice cold map here in Kings Row. They are just getting prepared right now.
Absolutely. Let's see if Pop and Soda's wish is granted early during this Christmas day, where they pick this map up from the side of Used Roar and make it more competitive.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to see what these comps are going to be. Let's see if we might get an Orisa. There we go.
Oh, yep. There's the mirror Orisa right here. And you know, it's not too surprising, but for these two teams, I actually didn't expect it to come out, to be honest.
I didn't, because I don't like it. However, it's Singapore servers. Oh
yeah, boy. A lot of issues with the servers at the moment, but we will get in as soon as we can.
Overwatch is a busy game. It's a busy game. People are playing.
Yeah.
People are popping.
Lots of people. I guess, especially in Australia, you know.
Lots of people on Sunday, 6:30 p.m. on Overwatch. So
yeah.
if you ever want to find some games, get on right now. Right now.
Yeah.
Now's the perfect time. But
what did you think of that comp, like that you said? Yeah.
It's Orisa. I mean, it's Kings Row, right? Kings Row, made for brawl, made for rush, made for honor, made for glory. From back in the old days. So it's like classic. It's classic. Kings Row's classic brawl rush. I was expecting the Hazard, because Hazard functions a lot like a brawl champion sometimes. Of course, he can be played in the dive and he can play it in the brawl as well, just like our Ramatra can be played in the poke and played in the brawl. So Hazard's function can be played both ways. So that's why I was expecting the Hazard coming out from the side of both teams. However, Orisa, classic for your brawl, and Orisa right now is in a very, very strong state, a very good state. If you're watching Overwatch CS Korea, if you're watching the Overwatch Championship Series, even in EU, a lot of Orisa is being played, because this champ has so much sustain with the Fortify, with with the rotate to sort of like take away all that damage, incoming damage, which functions just like a matrix. That javelin is just like so strong as like a push. And you said, Roar, you are not playing a hog. Get off that character right now. Thank you very much.
Oh my lord. It does look like we are going to the more evening styled version of the map, which is a bit sad. That maybe Pop and Soda won't get their wish after all, but I am hoping that they will give us a good show.
Listen, Santa Claus always rewards good boys, so let's see if Pop and Soda have been nice so far.
Oh.
Absolutely, and looking at this comp once again, if you're getting a Juno Ana, a very stationary backline, they don't want to move too far forward, nothing to sort of like push them around. It's hard to sort of play the brawl with these two. However, let's see what they can do. And C's taken off Crayon. Using Roar's push already a little bit stagnating. Jihao does need to back up, but he isn't being pressured too much, so he's still holding this space. We do get the Freya out from the side of Usaid Roar. Let's see what Love can do on this champion. Once again, incredibly strong if you're hitting your shots. Because, oh my lord, he can put out a lot of work. Zeist with 2 incredible dashes going into that backline, picking out the side of Freya and the Ana, both going down. Usaid Roar, this attack has fallen apart, and it's time to reset.
Yeah, they had a lot of sustain with like the defense there, and especially the fact that they had the anti-nade that definitely helped push them back out of the choke and into their spawn area. Especially with the Orisa v Orisa, the head-to-head, very classic thing you see. Woo.
Good shot coming up on the side of Love, switching up that Freya, going onto the cast, and picks up 2 good shots coming out from the side of Brainrod, picking up 2 for himself as well. And just like that, Usaid Roar will steamroll the side of Soda Poppin'. That's a streamer, Poppin' Soda. That's a streamer, my bad.
Well, it does look like, yeah, they will be getting the first capture, which is great. Oh, bang. Not what you want to see.
Lucky for him. Lucky for him. It is a reset fight. However, good spear from Domo, completely obliterating the Juno. And this nano horse is just mad. She's mad and she's ready to pick up some kills. She does not like the fact that that point went away so quickly. And just like that, Domo is going to make sure this choke, no one passes. Just like Mr. Gandalf in that one series from long ago.
You shall not pass.
They're passing pretty easily, Mr. Domo. Please stop them. Mr. Domo. 3K
with Crayoni's Genji Blade. Sheesh.
Incredible Blade coming out from the side of Genji. However, Domo does pick up 2 for himself. And how? Putting an end to his shenanigans. Taking him out of the fight and out for the count, and Usaid Roar gets it past the first choke. Only 2 more to go.
Pop and Soda was definitely trying to focus on that choke, trying to make sure that they had it before Usaid Roar could ever get it. That's why they put down the nano horse, as you mentioned, to try to make sure that they had it down. But it does seem like that only gave him just a bit of extra time rather than holding it completely.
Yeah, that nano made him nay unkillable. However, let's see if he can hold this second choke now. Ooh, incredible nade from the side of Asuka. Getting them all low. Let's see what Zeus can do with this blade. Does go in, put his damage down. Crayon gets one back on Ozzy. However, Doma does pick up the Cassidy. And just like that, Usaid Roar is kiting away. Making sure. Ooh, and. Oh no, wait a bit. Out of position. However, does get away. Hello? Is no one going to finish him off? All right, hey. Hey, all right.
Everyone is in here. Everyone is in here.
Everyone's just brawling in the little hut.
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
Roar, get away with it. They get away with it. What Domo finally picking up the Ana, who was so far out of position, but surviving for so long. Because of Usaid Roar, because it's calling the Avengers onto Domo, and they have to forfeit this second point too. Let's see if Zeist is feeling a little zesty and wanting to touch this point. No, he is not. He's just gonna back up and good pick on the side of Love.
Ooh, Zeisty, if you will.
A little Zeisty.
A little Zeisty.
But yeah, once again, holding the choke. Someone got nanoed. Who got nanoed?
Genji.
He's got nanoed. Let's see if he can do anything. No, he can't. Crayon pulls up the point, and the Genji gets headshotted. So both the Genjis have been traded out. Good nade coming out from the side of Asuka. However, How does pick up that kill. Let's see if How can pick up some more. Yes, he can. Going all the way up to spawn.
After Asuka committed...
That's me.
no!
That's me.
After Asuka actually committed that ult, we do see that Roar actually, once they were confirming that it was all over, they committed a lot of their ults to respond back. And that did help them basically get this point.
Absolutely. Let's see what Crayon can do with his blade. Good headshot coming off the side of OZ. Crayon gets one. Crayon gets two. Venomite picks off the Kiriko. Deflag coming out. Dash is going everywhere. How cleans up the final two. And just like that, use the Roar. 2 minutes 50 in the time bank.
That's still quite a bit of time, especially considering how well Roar was able to counter a lot of their defensive actions from Pop and Soda. So that means that they're gonna have to do really hard to actually get equally as far, or at least equally as much time as Roar. So we need to see something big come out, something, whether it's a composition change or if it's something different, like maybe you know, changing their position, changing their strategy, because you know this is gonna be a really fast fight if they don't.
Absolutely, but it's hard playing any other comp considering this is what the ideal usually is, especially when it comes to like the highest level of play. You know what I mean? Venomite putting on a showing on this Ana as well, keeping himself safe, not letting Z's get onto him as much as I thought he would actually. Playing with himself, playing this defensive maneuvers really well, and not sort of like letting himself get dove. So incredible job coming out from the supports from the side of UNSW Roar.
Oh. Are we getting that hazard pick? Are they just hovering over that, or are they going to actually commit with the hazard? Because they were going to do an Orisa, but it does look like maybe they're going to go for a different composition, as I mentioned. Absolutely.
And once again, the hazard can function like a brawl comp. However, against Orisa, it's a bit scary. This hazard needs to make sure he doesn't get javelin way too often, otherwise things are just not going to go his way. How stuck a little bit behind this wall, however, does get out in the end. Ooh, spear coming out, doesn't get anyone. The cleanse is out too. Kiri, no cleanse. Let's see what they can do. Crayon going down low, however, staying safe. Let's see what the Widow can pick off. Ooh, almost gets a shot off onto the Kiriko. This Widow is just peppering them from that high line. Let's see if Z's can somehow get out of the Widow. Getting the first pick off comes to the Ana, taking out the Soldier, and Pop and Soda is scrambling back out to the choke. Let's see if this Widow can get a pick while this sort of circus is sort of unfolding on this choke point. No, they cannot. They're gonna go all the way back, and once again, UNSW Roar just gonna hold this choke point, make sure no one crosses it.
Absolutely. They did have Poppet had a lot of trouble to actually even get past the statue there, even after they were up past the choke. So it does seem that they're taking a while, but they did get a pick on Crayoni there. Maybe it's what they need to actually get into the point there. Oh, a nice sleep from Venomite there, but will that be enough?
Absolutely. Will it be enough? And Love picking off two. First onto getting Asuka out of the picture. Brainrot taking out Domo. No tank on the side of Pop and Soda. It's a 4v5. It's a 3v5. Let's see if Zeus can put on a classic on here. No, he cannot. He can't find the Widow. The Widow gets its protection from the side of his team. How pushing up all the way to Bust. Let's see if we can get any more pokes. Ooh, a little bit too aggressive on the side of UNSW Roar. However, they do get away from this hazard ult. Not really finding anybody. Love, however, does find the Genji. Finding some more. The ult has come out. Let's see if he can find anybody else. No, just too far forward. Once again, trying to play by statue. Love just picks him out. However, trades it. This is a positive result on the side of UNSW Roar. Again, just staggering them. Just making sure these fights, they always get the better chunk of these fights.
Yeah, no, and we have less than 2 minutes remaining, and they do need to get an opening here. They get the ult from Z's being able to go for some kills, but the beat does help the team of Roar to actually survive that. It does seem like they got a pick on Asuka, but a trade came out from Z's. Trades coming in from Brainrot on Kiriko. A lot of the support just gone. That means it's going to be hard to sustain any more fights right now.
Love almost getting deceased there as well. Oh, wait a minute. God damn. The punch flick.
Bad honor.
Excuse me? What's that one voice line? Good kitty? It's just bad kitty now, man. Because that he was being a bad boy. A good punch on the side of Vitamin, taking on Zeist, and once again reset the side of Papa Soda. Let's see what they can do now. Ozzy now on this Tracer. Oh, good shot from the Widow. 4v5, only 30 seconds left. This is your last chance. Papa Soda, you need to make something happen right now. How picks off Asuka. Domo, however, does pick up the Widow. No one holding that long sideline now. Let's see if they can use this to their advantage. They do have respawn timers in their favor. So let's see if anything can come out of it. Crayon going low, but does get healed all the way back up. Domo in the back. Hello? Sir? The sleep
What
doesn't
the-
connect.
What?
The nano is out. And it's on to Lucio. We got a boost, yo, boys. Asuka takes out Crayon. Let's see if Asuka takes 2. This point might finally go to the side of Pop and Soda. How
5 seconds
trying to
remaining.
find anyone he can on this point. Love takes off the Kiriko. Domo going low. Gets taken out. Winneman takes it off, and Zeus just plays cleanup.
Wow.
Oh, DC9! DC9! DC9!
Wait.
DC9! 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 DC9!
Oh my God, no!
DC9! DC9!
Oh no! That was an excellent execute, but they see the point, giving that map over to UCID Roar. This is now a 2-0. This is horrible for the side of Puppet. They needed this map. They needed to get this on the board. Otherwise, it would be harder for them. Now it is an uphill battle for them. Way harder than they needed to be.
I'm in shock.
That's
a little bit
I
too
don't-
excited. A little too excited from the side of Papa Soda. They got a little bit too excited. They all thought, okay, it's finally everything going our way. We're taking these guys out. However,
gotta
remember the
I was
objective.
so confused. When I saw
This
this, I
ain't-
was so confused.
This ain't Valorant, boys. We gotta play objectives. We can't just kill them.
Yes. Oh.
We need to take control of our objectives. Come on.
Well,
So-
I mean, that was still an amazing play from Pop and Soda, able to actually still get it at the OT. But of course, again, even though it was OT, they were able to kind of cap it, but they didn't. They still probably would have had a hard time to actually continue on because they would have had a little amount of time to actually push. So, what do you think you can expect, considering how they probably are also giving the same reaction as we did? I'm like, they probably have a really, I guess, low mental, I would say now, because they just threw away a chance to get even against Roar.
And okay, I would say that maybe they could use that last fight, as an opportunity for them to sort of look at it in such a way where they were like, hey, we can win fights. We know we can win fights. We know we can use this opportunity to sort of like win these duels and win these brawls. Because sometimes on the off occasion, UC Roar gets a little silly. They get a little silly with it. They get a little silly Billy with it. And, they just sort of are just like, whatever, just do it. Right? Like, we didn't need to do a boostio there. I'm sure Winamit just wanted to survive. And so that's why he used the nano. However, there were other targets coming in for that nano usage. So it's a bit silly to see the boostio come out there. And unfortunately, that is what I think costed them that whole fight, was using that nano over there, even if it was for survival. But, in the end, overheated, a little bit too much sort of sauce in the pan, a little too much cooking. We got the kitchen on fire now.
No.
Boys, we need to get the extinguisher and cool ourselves down. That's what we need to do. So,
Absolutely.
going into this third map, I want to see, again, a little bit more restraint, but I want them to, go into it with having the confidence that they can take this team to, they can push this team. They can push this UC Roar team. So,
Yep.
in the
I
end,
agree.
I hope I hope they don't feel too down. I hope they sort of like, you know, don't, their mental doesn't boom. Because
Yeah.
if I were them, I would say, hey, we could have won a really good fight when you said Roar was the one who like expended more ults than we did. So they just need to go into this. They just need to go into this third map thinking that, hey, we can do it.
Yeah, but before we go into that third map, we'll go for a quick break just to give the players a bit of a break since it is now map 3 and give us a little bit of break so that we can get prepared for what will happen between these two after a little break, maybe a few minutes. So we'll see you then.
Yes. Ciao.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top, that's 1, not 2 or 3. This real life, baby, don't make believe. I just make it look easy like ABC. I'm on it 12, let's go, I'm unstoppable. I got money flowing in case you didn't know. They used to doubt me, now I got them like, wow. Making boss moves, I've been on a roll. I'm blowing. I am unstoppable. I am unstoppable. I am unstoppable. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
close. Don't slip off. What a king! Was that an ace?
Welcome back to UCC Overwatch 2 Term 2. We are back into map 3 for the fight between Usid, Raw, and Pop and Soda. But, well, we have the map ban here for Circuit Royale. But before we get into the actual game, I do want to give a huge shout out to our Gigabyte Aero sponsor and our friends over there, because they give us a great ton of prizes, a great ton of support, and we can't do it without them. So make sure you go and check out their socials when you can and give them our love, your love, and all of your support.
Yeah, absolutely. First off, we missed you. Where'd you guys go?
True? Yeah, I didn't see you guys left us.
3 minutes, man. It was a long time. It felt like too long. We missed you. But yeah, absolutely. Big up Aorist. You know, they've been an incredible partner and sponsor for a while now. So yeah, go check them out. Go check out their stuff. They got good stuff.
But now,
high quality stuff.
Let's head into Circuit Royale because it is ready. So what do you think is going to happen here?
Well, it's Poke or Orisa Mirror. It's one or the other. And I wouldn't be shocked if it's an Orisa Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that it's like the thing that it just happens. That's the main thing.
It's like...
At least for bowling, right?
Yeah. Because Circuit Royale is a very long map. Right? Circuit Royale is a very like long sightlined map, which is why Poke is so good on this map in general. I mean, that's why we see Doma on the Sigma. This is Sigma's playground, Circuit Royale. Because there's just so many angles to play him from. There's so many chokes to sort of just spam his spears from, and sort of just play it safe. So you know that's why it's classic. It's ever since Overwatch 2 has come out and this map has come out, it's been a Sigma map. So let's see how Doma pilots this Sig and how Asuka pilots this Baptiste, because this is the first time we are seeing him on it. And Zeist on the Widow, a champion which absolutely crushed the hopes and dreams of boy toys. And Doma a little too far forward, and we do see the Doomfist coming up on the side of How, trying to show him who the better man is on this champion. Let's see what he can do. And Love trying to take this high ground, and Zeist, however, does pick off How, going a little bit too aggressive. Once again, can't be peeled off, can't find it. You can't find the sort of like damage. Oh, what a shot from Zeist! That is disgusting. However, this, oh my lord, the DPS was at a Pop and Soda are starting to come alive.
It's sort of saying with your match before with Boy Toys versus Pop and Soda, Zeist was doing so much work with getting those picks, getting those things to crumble the attack in this case, where this allows them to defend way more than when it was just without a sniper hero.
Ooh, there we go. Nothing comes out of it. Crayon just being an annoyance on this backline, making sure Zeist is never like, you know, comfortable just sort of standing stationary and like locking in. However, How once again going low and taken out once more. This brother is being an alt battery at this point, but Crayon, however, does train him out, picks out the Baptiste, 1-for-1 with the side of Usid Roar, having their advantage. Doma going incredibly low, however, doesn't fall yet. The Mercy flying around. Wait, Brain Rod's on a Mercy, hold on. Ult, and we got Battle Mercy coming out, gets 2, and now gets the res. Wait a second, what is this Usid Roar comp? They are playing the Zenyatta Mercy. This is not a serious comp. I am sorry.
You can tell that they have a lot more confidence than Pop and Soda in terms of their comp, in terms of their strategies, in terms of their own mechanical skill.
Yeah, I believe Usid Roar just wants to mechanic death them to see if they can like win out just like this. And so far punched out of his ult. Domo, we can't be having that happen, buddy. No, good punch coming up out of How. He's ready to collapse out of them. Love take on Asuka, said no. Ooh, yeah, that was clean sweep. That was clean from How. And now he is pushing him all back this spot. And good hack coming up instead of Crayon, making sure that rock doesn't hit. Just once again being an annoyance on this backline, making sure Pop and Soda are never comfortable, sort of, and always anxious about where Crayon is positioned. And once again, his EMP is up. He is ready. Or Zeist with a good sort of ult, making sure they can keep track of where the Sombra is. Always make sure they can check behind. How going low, but escapes with his life. Does get the heal from the side of Mercy. Mercy slowly building up to her ult. The EMP is up, the Transcendence is up. So we do have two key ultimates for them. Use and Roar, which can kite out a lot of the damage coming up from the Papa Soda. Kitsune available for them. So let's see if they want to use it to engage and sort of push them back a little bit further. We also have the Dragons, however, that can be paired up really well with Domo's ult. Whenever that comes back up, it comes back in a little bit more. And Love, however, with the first pickup, breaking the deadlock. Finally, however, Domo does trade it out, picking off the Mercy. No more ult for her. Wait, she used it. She died mid-ult. Oh, no.
Oh, man, that's not what you want to see.
It doesn't really matter. EMP comes out, and they just clean up the fight. Zeist, however, good pick up on the side of Love. However, just trade him out, picks off the Widow. 1 for 1, no Widows on either side. Let's see what happens next. Asuka going low, Asuka going down. And you know how punching in once again, trying to see what he can do. Holding this choke point really well, holding that corner really well. And he's just playing with them like it's food. Oh my word. He's holding so far up on this Doomfist, taking off that high ground. Once again, Sydney still with the Transcendence available. Hasn't even needed to use it yet. Kitsune too up on the side of Papa Soda. Ult banks coming out. Finally, the Sig ult coming out. Doesn't get hacked out of it, thankfully. Uses the rock to attempt and get this Sombra, however, doesn't find them in the end. However, 1 punch, 2 kill, 1 more punch, and that's a 3rd.
Oh, man.
And a slam into that 4th.
That team kill does not
One
help
more
Pop and
fight.
Soda at all.
Absolutely. They have 1 more fight. However, Zeist goes down already. We need to find the switch off immediately. Otherwise, things are just not going to look good for the side of Papa Soda. And finally, the Kitsune comes out. I thought they were saving it for the next point. However, the res does come back for the side of Tracer, coming back to his senses. And ooh, wow, with an incredible punch on the side of the Kiriko, taking them out of the fight. Ozzy, however, does take out the Zenyatta, but too little too late. This point is going to use it Roar.
Wow. That's the first round towards Used Roar. But you know what I saw though? Pop and Soda did really well at the start, but it kind of spiraled. It kind of rolled over. It kind of just, you know, it just crumbled along. As soon as that first section, the first choke went down, it did not go well at all for Pop and Soda after that.
Absolutely. And you know,
oh, it.
but Soda captain,
Guys,
captain
they
with
won. Damn.
ah shit. Damn it! I thought they won.
Well, now they're going to be selecting their comps now. It does look like we're getting a Doomfist mirror comp potentially, with both sides getting a Doomfist here. And now we're going to get a Pharah from Pop and Soda. I know it has been seen a lot. We do have a lot of verticality, especially at the first checkpoint. But I don't know. What do you think? Oh, nope. Don't worry. Just kidding. We are going Symmetra.
Yeah,
Yeah, I assume that would be just for the TP potentially.
However, if they do go onto this Pharah, it's just duck hunting season for the side of Music Roar, especially for Love. He's just gonna have the most wonderful time picking out.
Oh no, the supports are being absolutely pummeled, not letting them get any more sustain. Oh, there it goes. Their entire team gets wiped from the spawn area. It doesn't give them enough time to actually proceed and push the point any further, especially towards the corner there. But we do see that they are going to stick with the OZ's going to stick with the Pharah pick here, because it does seem like they're going to try for a more vertical momentum here, because we've got the Diva build from Demo, and of course we have Zeist on the Widowmaker, so they're going to try for more verticality, vertical pick and long range picks here.
Absolutely, and once again, this Pharah just needs to be a little bit scared for her life and needs to play a little bit more safer. Zeist, once again, as you can see, going so low and immediately taken out. Domo purpled, can't really engage on this fight. Love takes out Zeist. Domo, however, does get 2. Let's see if he can pick up any more, but guess not. How?
Yeah, no, this is not looking good for the side of Pop and Soda, because they have not moved that much, if at all. 16 meters, that, and two minutes left. Oh man, this is not looking good at all. Pop and Soda do push further ahead. Demo grabbing one, OZ grabbing another. They're able to get enough. Oh, it does. It's trading. It is trading here. Oh! Zeist with 2! Able to actually help them push more. It does look like that Zeist and all those other picks were able to actually get a bit more from the that little scrim, that little like fight there, and it lets them push way closer to the first checkpoint, which is what they needed, because they only had 2 minutes left from that start of the fight. So as long as they're going to continue that momentum, they may be able to get some more time on the clock. But it does look like they are trading so much here. Love grabbing another, Zeist trading in for Crayoni, but it does not look like Pop and Soda is able to continue the cut just yet, because oh no. Oh, they're making this the Diva stagger. Oh no, this is not looking good. They have 1 minute on the clock left, and they've not even grabbed the first checkpoint. It's so mean. It's so mean.
That's mean. That's so mean. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. I'm sorry, Usain Roar. I feel like we should at least respect them a little bit. At least a little bit, please. But no, yeah, once again, a good try from side of Pop and Soda. Got it as close to that first checkpoint as possible. They do have ults from Zeist, and they do have the Kitsune up as well, so it's imperative that they use this Kitsune to the best of its abilities, otherwise things are just not going to go their way. We do have Crayon's ult coming up too, and how immediately slams and picks off Zeist. That's 1 ult down. Crayon dead, however, too. No EMP from side of Usain Roar. 4v4. Let's see if anything can happen. Here comes the Kitsune. Domo rushes in, trying to find a pick if he can.
No.
However, no, punched out. No. This can't be how it ends. This can't be how it ends.
2 seconds left. They can't. They can't. They have to. They have to clear this as much as possible. EMP comes out. Oh, Crayoni grabbing 1. Kiriko here. They still are contesting point. It's OT. Another one off. Z's gone. The Tree of Life is on the point, and that does not give them anything. They grab 3 more, and the 1 left is to be had. OT is clicking down. It is over. That is the map, and that is the series. That goes to Usain Roar, not just for this match, but that is Usain Roar for UCC T2.
For the series, man. Just put it. Oh boy.
Amazing
Demolition.
Performance. Far out. It goes to show that they are worthy of being UNSW Raw. Or in this case, Usain Roar.
Usain Roar, please. Usain Roar.
Yeah, so my bad. I apologize. But
hey, listen,
what amazing
it's the only
performance.
thing Usain's ever winning. Hey, it's the only thing Usain's ever winning. That's what I'm saying. Am I right?
Hey, we can't be throwing shade. We love Usain here. We absolutely love Usain here. Yeah, we love Usain. So that's it. This series has just made our tournament for Overwatch Term 2 come to an end, with Usain Roar being the victor amongst them all. So we should go take a look at the brackets and just take a look at how far they've come and where they came from, with as well as the other teams as well. Because look at that. Usain Roar 2-0, 3-0, 3-0. Absolute rain absolute kings. They did not lose a single round, except for the chance with Popotola kind of C9 there. But I do believe we probably still would have seen a really big contest and a big hill for them to even get that one as well. And so those are your champions for Overwatch 2 Term 2 for Contenders Cup. UCID Raw. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to UCID Roar, another accolade added to their hopefully long list of awards coming their way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again, just it was domination, and that circuit royale was just them. It had to be them trolling, because you cannot be going Mercy.
Yeah. It's not ideal, but look, we do have to really like we're absolutely gonna say like a good effort for Popotola, because they showed really good promise in the previous round. They still did really well, considering that they had to go through the lowers, they had to compete against Boy Toys, they had to compete against Roar at the first finals. So being able to still come back up here and give a bit of a contest, especially in the second map, it's commendable. And I appreciate all of the teams that played in this tournament to be able to give their all. And that's what it's all about here at UCC. But since that is the conclusion of the Overwatch 2 one, I do have to say, there's still more UCC to come, isn't there?
Absolutely. Next week we got Rocket League and we got Valorant. You catch up with a lot of Valorant action and also maybe some Rocket League action. And let me tell you, our Valorant. Oh boy. Oh, there's gonna be so many games happening.
Oh yeah.
So many. We got a lot of people signing up. And hey, if you wanna take part, if you wanna join in on the festivities and maybe have a chance at some awards, sign up now. Sign up now. And let's have some fun. Let's have a jolly time.
Absolutely. And don't forget our wonderful sponsor, right? Tell us about them. Tell us about them.
Tell us about Aorus. What can I say about Aorus, which hasn't been said already? To the sky, they're the stars. To the moon, they're the sun. To the universe, they are God. They are incredible. The stuff they make is just otherworldly, and I just can't put into words just to describe how incredible they are.
Well, you did, and you did really well to put them into words. But
it's just, if I had $1 billion, my room would be stacked to the roof with all their stuff. To the roof.
Hell yeah.
Tell you, to the roof.
Yes, and we should give them their support, because Overwatch 2 Term 2 grand final winners are going to go home with 2 AIO water coolers plus 3 $20 Steam gift cards for them to all enjoy and be able to revel in their victory. So once again, congratulations to UCID Roar.
Because it is Steam summer sale, so let's see what we can pick up over
You
there.
are so right. You're so right. But that does conclude us. That is it. We are over. So thank you guys so much for joining us here today and UCC Term 2 for Overwatch 2.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And we hope to see you next week. Join us for some Valorant and once again, Valorant and Rocket League action. Some good old shooting tech FPS action. Hopefully, we get a lot of fun games there too. And you know what? Not even hopefully. I'm sure we will get a lot of fun games there. I'm sure we will get a lot of people missing nades, throwing smokes which touch the floor, and flashes which blind us all. So get excited and get ready to join us next week too. We will see you all there. And for now,
have a good one.
Good night. Good night. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.